And then you might want to make that screen bigger. And then-
You can mute us also.
Rita Douglas, board member present.
Melissa Snyder present.
You can hit record. Oh, you got it. Go start the video, Lisa, just see. One video. Yep, there you go.
Gwen, it's 9 o'clock. If you'd like to start the meeting, you can start.
Okay, good morning. Hold on. Good morning. Welcome to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology Board meeting. Today's date is October 12th, 2020. We will begin our meeting with roll call. Can I get the roll call from all board members, please?
Anita Douglas, board member here.
This is
Roxanne
Christy
Harris,
Anton, board member.
Roxanne
Vic-
Harris, board member.
Victoria Negretti, board member.
Tia Latrell McCormick, board member.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Any other board members? Can I get roll call from staff, please?
Gary Landry, Executive Director here.
Leah Easter, Chief Compliance Officer.
Andrew Helms, Chief Financial Officer.
Lisa Nguyen, Compliance Specialist, present.
Justin Taruk, Deputy Attorney General.
Maggie Adams, Compliance Specialist.
Adam Higginbotham, Deputy Executive Director.
Do I have any other staff from up north? Or any staff that we missed that didn't get to call them, didn't get in the roll call?
Michelle Fanning, inspector.
David Scarpelli, Inspector.
Rodney Moore, Inspector.
Pamela Fitzgerald, Inspector.
Okay, I think that's everyone. Good morning. The mission of the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology is to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of those that obtain cosmetology-related services through the delivery of quality testing, licensing, inspection, and education services that focus on consumer protection. Agenda item number C, do we have any comments from the general public? The board may entertain comments from the general public for any item that is or is not on the published agenda and is related to the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology, but there's no action that can be taken on that matter unless it's already on the agenda. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any public members that would like to, or any comments at this time? I see we have callers on the phone. Anybody have any comments before we move on? No comments? Okay, agenda item number D, approval of the minutes from the previous meeting, September 28th, 2020. Can I get a motion, please?
This is Christy Anton. I'd like to make a motion to have the meeting minutes approved from September 28th, 2020.
Can I get a second?
Anita Douglas,
Victoria
board member.
Negretti, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item number E, the Nevada report identifying risk in beauty services for a discussion and possible action. The beauty services risk analysis presentation by the executive director. The board will vote whether to submit this document to LCB once it's finalized. Do we have any questions? Can we hear from you, Director Landry, on that report, please, so we can kind of get a little bit, I think for myself, I would like to have a little bit more clarity.
Sure. The actual report was done by Adam Higginbotham and the assistance of many people from inside the state and outside the state. Adam's ready to give a presentation if you'd like, and he'll go through the whole presentation, let you know exactly what they came up with when identifying risk in the beauty industry.
Okay, wonderful. Can we hear from you, Deputy Director?
Hi, good morning, Madam President. For the record, Adam Higginbotham, Deputy Executive Director. I'll share screens for this presentation. One moment,
Okay.
please. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. You should see a blue background that says identifying risk. Is that correct, Madam President?
Yes.
Okay, I'll proceed. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Adam Higginbotham, Deputy Executive Director. Today, I will be presenting the results of a project to identify consumer risks in beauty services. Before getting into the project details, I would first like to explain the project's timeline and the reasons for the project's development. In June of 2017, the governor signed Senate Bill 69, which mandated that licensed services be reviewed and that areas that could adversely affect public health or safety be identified. In February of 2018, the board staff began outlining the project's objectives and organizing the information to be collected and assessed. In December of 2018, the board staff met with a group of licensed Nevada instructors to review the flow of the service delivery and the items required to perform each service. In January of 2019, the board staff met with PSI exam developers and raters from 13 different state jurisdictions to review the flow of the services and the items required to perform the services. Members from PSI are with us today. PSI has been in business for more than 70 years and is a worldwide testing and assessment company that delivers 15 million tests annually in 50 different languages and in 160 different countries. Mrs. Lynn Thomas is from PSI and is on the video call today and will speak about the project after Ms. Leslie Rosti. Ms. Leslie Rosti is a subject matter expert on health and safety matters in the beauty service industry and is the national educator for King Research, the parent company of Barbicide. Ms. Rosti joined the project to review the health and safety risks for each service step and the items required to perform each service. The project collaborators from the January 2019 meeting met again in June of 2019 to review and improve upon the service flow, the required items to perform the service, and the health and safety risks of the service steps.
Am I the only one who can't hear Adam?
No, we can't hear Adam. Something,
think
I thought it was my computer, but
Adam,
I think Adam,
can't hear you.
it looks like Adam computer went away.
Yeah, I think he's back in. He's trying to get back into the room again.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
I can hear you.
All right, sorry about that. I don't know where I was. I don't know what happened either. 1 second. Madam President, which slide was I on?
I thought you were on the slide before this one. I hadn't seen. Okay, that's the slide you were on.
All right, did I cover
Talking about
February
the collaboration
2018?
developers.
Okay, well, let's get another restart. Sorry about that. In June of 2017, the governor signed Senate Bill 69, which mandated that licensed services be reviewed and that areas that could adversely affect public health or safety be identified, And in February of 2018, the board staff began outlining the project's objectives and organizing the information to be collected and assessed. In December of 2018, the board staff met with a group of licensed Nevada instructors to review the flow of service delivery and the items required to perform each service. In January of 2019, the board staff met with PSI exam developers and raters from 13 different state jurisdictions to review the flow of the services and the items required to perform the services. Members from PSI are with us today. PSI has been in business for more than 70 years and is a worldwide testing and assessment company that delivers 15 million tests annually and in 50 different languages and 160 different countries. Ms. Lynn Thomas from PSI is on the video call and will speak to the project after Ms. Leslie Rosti. Ms. Rosti is a subject matter expert on health and safety matters in the beauty service industry and is a national educator for King's Research, the parent company of Barbicide. Ms. Rosti joined the project to review the health and safety risks of each service step and the items required to perform each service. The project collaborators from the January of 2018 meeting met again in June of 2019 to review and improve upon the service flow and the required items to perform the service and the health and safety risks of the service steps. In August of 2019, the project collaborators grew to include the North Carolina Board of Cosmetic Arts. In October 2019, the project collaborators grew to include California, Maryland, Minnesota, and Wyoming boards. At this stage of the project, the risks became categorizable into 3 risk types: infection risks, malpractice and safety risks, and product reaction risks. The core project collaborators met again in December of 19 to review the information collected. And in March of 2020, the beauty service info sheets were completed. These infographics are a byproduct of the project, and the beauty service info sheets will be discussed later in this presentation. In August of 2020, the written report was completed and reviewed by the project collaborators before the presentation today. Today in October, we're presenting the overview of the risk project's 2 byproducts: the risk document, which is the written report, and the beauty service info sheets, which are the infographics that communicate the project's results. The project collaborators consisted of multiple industry stakeholders, such as industry regulators, licensed individual market participants, licensed instructors in Nevada, subject matter experts, theory and practical exam content developers, practical exam raters, industry distributors, and collectively there have been over 40 project collaborators licensed in 16 different state jurisdictions providing insight into this project. And several of the project collaborators are on the call today. The project's goals were as follows. 1, identify common hair, nail, and skincare services. 2, list the steps and sub-steps needed to complete each of the common services identified in goal number 1. 3, identify the tools and implements needed to perform each service. 4, identify the products that are commonly used to perform each service. 5, identify potential areas of risk to the consumer in each of the service's steps and sub-steps. 6, identify the risk type in each service step and sub-step. 7, identify the specific type of infection, the specific type of risk, whether it's an infection risk, malpractice safety risk, or product reaction risk for each service step and sub-step. 8, quantify the identified risks, the risk types, and each service's total number of steps and sub-steps into a percentage indicator. 9, communicate the identified risks and beauty services in an easy to understand format. And 10, share the collective knowledge learned with others. Now, the project does have some limitations to its report. The report utilizes non-technical language to communicate the service risks to a broad audience. Please remember that the intended targeted audience of this report is the Nevada State Legislature. The project avoids any technical language or detailed service technique procedures. We communicate do a haircut procedure, but we do not try to attempt to detail the steps to perform the haircut procedure. The project did not explore ways to lower the service risks. The project identified the risks, but did not attempt to determine the likelihood of a risk occurring. The project did not identify the risks to the licensed beauty professional performing the service to the consumer. We did discover that there are risks to the licensed beauty professional as well in some of these services, but they are not included in this report. The project did not measure the length of time for the consumer to feel the impact of the infection, malpractice or safety, or product reaction risks. Some infection risks may take weeks to become evident to the consumer. The project did not account for rare or unlikely risks that may occur. The project did not review electrology services. The project categorized the beauty services into 3 sections: hair care, nail care, and skin care. The project reviewed the following hair care services: blow dry, chemical relaxer, foil, hair color, haircut, permanent wave, sew-in extensions, shampoo and conditioner, and styling. The project reviewed the following nail care services: acrylic nails, acrylic nail fill and repair, basic manicure, basic pedicure, and basic polish, dip application, gel polish, and nail soak off. The project reviewed the following skincare services: basic facial, eyelash extension, hair removal, and makeup. The service information that was developed and organized from this project was broken down into the following categories for communication purposes: infection control and safety supplies used in the service, the service's specific tools and implements that are used, the service's commonly used products, the service's steps and sub-steps to perform the services, not in a detailed way, but in a general way, the service infection risks, the service malpractice and safety risks, and the service product reaction risks. The categorized service information that has been developed from this project is communicated into the written report in your board packet, along with the beauty service info sheets. The conclusion that was outlined in the written report will be presented at the end of this presentation. But first, we will review the beauty service info sheets. The beauty service info sheets has a front and a back side to the infographic that communicates the service's specific information. The top section of the front side of the beauty service info sheets displays the service risk percentage indicator. This section communicates the percentage of the service's steps that, if they are improperly performed, they could adversely affect a consumer. The number of risks based on the risk type is divided into the total number of steps needed to complete the service to come up with the risk percentage. The 3 risk types are categorized as follows. An infection risk was identified if a tool or implement was introduced into the service for the first time. All tools and implements must be clean and disinfected, or new, meaning a single-use item that's never been used. A malpractice and safety risk was identified if improper service delivery or lack of practical or theoretical knowledge regarding the service's products, tools and implements, or how to perform the services. If they're not properly known, they could adversely affect a consumer. This also includes any service step that would use a sharp tool or implement that could puncture the skin. A product reaction risk was identified if a consumer could experience irritation, allergic reaction, or a product's counteraction to a prescription medication. The infection control supplies section of the beauty service info sheets displays a list of the items required in order to be able to deliver safe and sanitary beauty services. The service tools and implements section displays the tools and implements that are commonly used in the service as necessary. The service products section displays the products commonly used in the service as necessary. On the back side of the infographic, the service steps and sub-steps section displays the generalized and non-technically described service steps to communicate how a service is completed in a linear concept from start to finish. There are icons on this by the step or sub-step to indicate the type of risk that is identified in that step or sub-step. The infection risk section communicates the type of general infection risks that can be found in beauty services, along with the specific service that's reviewed infection risks based on the type of service performed and the tools and implements that they use. The malpractice and safety risks section communicates the type of general injury risks in beauty services, along with the specific services malpractice or safety risks based on that type of particular service performed, along with the tools, implements, and the products used in this case. And the product reaction risk section communicates the type of general product risks in beauty services, along with the specific services product reaction risks based on the consumer's self-composition and proneness to the reaction of certain chemical, of certain product ingredients in that service use, for that service use. In conclusion, the project identified the following. All beauty services pose some risk to a consumer. Infection risk increase if tools, implements, equipment, and workstations are not cleaned and disinfected. All beauty services require some level of practical or theoretical knowledge and it also requires the need to know the products utilized in the service. Consumers that receive beauty services from untrained or improperly trained individuals have a higher risk of infection, injury, or product reaction risks. Overall, the information collected from this project could be utilized in the following method. The primary focus is to the Nevada State Legislature to fulfill Senate Bill 69 mandate of identifying services that pose a risk to the consumer. The information can also be used for the board for consumer awareness, content development, safety and infection prevention regulations, inspection process development, legislative information development, exam content development, curriculum development, and educational content development. Thank you for the opportunity to present. That concludes my portion of the presentation. We'll take questions after Ms. Leslie Rosti and Ms. Lynn Thomas communicate a little bit more about the benefits of the information collected from this project. Leslie Rosti is a National Director for Education and Government Relations for King Research. She has a degree in microbiology and nursing, and she worked as a nurse for 15 years prior to entering the beauty professional industry. She is a subject matter expert on health and public safety in professional beauty industry, where she has authored science content for major textbooks. She advises over 30 states on appropriate rules around health and public safety, and she has helped train inspectors in more states than 30. After Ms. Leslie Rosti speaks, it will be Ms. Lynn Thomas, and she's the Director of Cosmetology Client Services with PSI, and she's been with them since 2008. Ms. Thomas has been a licensed cosmetologist barber for 33 years and is licensed in 5 states. And she has extensive experience in managing and implementing cosmetology barbering programs for 27 different state programs. So now I'll stop sharing screen and turn it over to Ms. Rosti.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I have hoping I'm unmuted now. Perfect. Thank you so much for asking me to join your meeting, but more than that, thank you, Adam, for asking me to be a part of this project. I have to admit, it was a very lengthy project, a lot of time and sort of noodling of my brain to get through this with all the details, but I'm delighted that you guys have taken on this project. I think it gives you an opportunity to, in the national spotlight, see what your state has undertaken and how it can be used really across the country. One of the key things that I do anymore is try to help defend deregulation bills that get introduced across the country. In January of 2020, we had over 291 bills to deregulate cosmetology and barbering in some way, shape, or form around the country. Certainly COVID quieted that a tiny bit, but the argument is coming back, and it's coming back stronger than I've seen it in the past. I think there are a lot of states at risk of deregulating completely. And one of the things that I have to be able to use when I go to defend a bill is to be able to say that there actually is a risk. The only reason you have a license is not because you're good at what you do, but because you're safe at what you do, and because there is a risk to the public. And so this gives me tangible, objective data that I can go out to other states and say, look, this service doesn't change when we leave Nevada. It's the exact same service in whatever other state I'm in. And these are the risks that have been identified, and literally such a granular format that I can go, and it's proof, it's documentation that licensure is important in this industry. I commend your state for being the one to undertake this and allow us to take this forward across the country if you approve that for use in all of these deregulation bills as we fight them across the country. Anything else you want to ask me, Adam? You're muted.
There'll be a Q&A after Lynn.
Perfect.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Thank you so much, Adam, for asking us to be a part of this and to talk to this group today. When we received the phone call for Adam, and then I listened to what Adam had to say and what his plan was and where this was supposed to go, I was thrilled, because listening to what we hear across the nation from a testing point of view, it was very evident that something needed to change, something needed to be different. And to be a part of this program gave us an opportunity to be involved in something out of the box, something that we're going to be able to use, as Leslie said, as you begin to speak with people intelligently about deregulation and why we should and why we shouldn't deregulate. This was the meat of our answers. This gave us something tangible to hold on to. So I was very pleased that we were able to get involved, and it was a long project, and many members of my team with PSI Cosmetology participated, and they were thrilled to be a part of this because it was something innovative. It was something that it was important to our industry. Being licensed in this field, I can see where it's changed. The examinations that we do now are nowhere near the examinations we did 30 years ago, even 20 years ago. It is completely different. The pendulum has completely swung to a completely different area. It used to be all about our skills, and it's just not that anymore. We need to make sure that people are safe. And so this project and being involved in this also led us to look at our own testing, our own test development. What are we doing? How are we going to be able to contribute to the change the industry needs to make? And so PSI stayed involved with this, and we're so happy that we did. I can't tell you how nice it is that what Adam has done and put together, and it's something that we can all use. And like Leslie said, it's not just for the state of Nevada. This information is so valuable across the nation. So we're really happy to be a part of that and have always been ready to go and do whatever it is that we need. It definitely has changed our way of doing examinations and what is required that truly assesses somebody's safety and not so much their skill. That's the instructor's job, is to teach them how to be successful. And in the testing industry, as a test vendor, it is our job to ensure that they are safe. So having this kind of information has been extremely helpful to us. So thank you, Adam. Really appreciate all of your hard work that you put into this. Thank you for letting us be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. But just to touch base, I mean, there are over 40 collaborators, and it was a group project. I just want to stress that. But thank you. And board, I think we're ready for any questions regarding the written report or the beauty service info sheets, or how the project developed its information.
Okay, thank you. This was a lot of information for the board at this given time. We were actually just given this information. So for me, it's, I have a lot of questions, and I do have a lot of concerns, but I would prefer to hear from the other. Can we have Brian Baltazar? He just joined us. Can we have him to introduce himself, please? Roll call, Brian.
Brian Baltazar, Vice President. Thank you. I apologize, everyone. I had trouble logging in to Board Pack and then Zoom. But yes, this is actually quite a bit of information to digest immediately. I don't know that the board was aware that this was such an extensive project that was being worked on beforehand. So I was kind of caught off guard with the amount of information that we're sifting through. And the magnitude of this project. It seems like a rather large project that the board was, or at least myself, was unaware that was even happening.
So now that we have the information before us, I did make some notes, but I would like to hear from the other board members, please.
Hi, this is Tia Latrell McCormick. Hello, Miss Rosti. It is so good to see you again. I had the pleasure of working with you for the National Eyelash Education and Safety Association at a time when eyelash extensions were kind of just coming to the forefront, and people really did not understand how to go about properly disinfecting. She was gracious enough to meet my entire team in Los Angeles, I believe, and spend the day going through infection protocols for us, and basically created a standard that is now used throughout the entire industry. NISA was one of the first organizations to put out any kind of protocols. So I just want to say thank you. You have been doing this work for so long, and you have impacted so many industries. I know you are so spot on with eyelash extensions, which is only a small aspect of aesthetics. But what I can say is that aesthetics, as the esthetician on this board, is something that is going to grow by leaps and bounds in the coming years. And I see such a need to really have this information available to everyone. And I think that Adam and this entire team is making us look so incredibly good right now on the national stage. This amount of information is critical right now when people are facing deregulation state by state. And I can tell you, aesthetics is something that the scope needs so badly to be defined and redefined, as we have seen it just blow up in the last few years. So I'm just so thankful that you and Adam and everyone are so forward thinking to really protect this industry and the industries cosmetology, and really fight this fight with real information, real data, being able to actually fight for these industries and these licenses with real data. Hopefully that every state will adopt and share as we hopefully approve you guys to share it with everybody. So I just wanted to say thank you. It is amazing the amount of information and work that has gone into this project, and I am very thankful.
Thank you, McCormick. Do we have another board member that have any other comments before I state my comments? Okay, I guess I could lead them. One of my questions, and I think is for you, Ms. Rosti. Is it Rosti?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, and I understand, what's happening in the whole deregulation process. And I totally agree that we need to step up and be forefront with making sure that we secure and the licenses and the consumers know the risk and the legislators understand the need for licensing.
Right.
I totally understand that. But I think this question is kind of, I'm not sure if it's a PSI question for testing. Is this information to help improve the testing? This information is to help, across the country with the deregulation. But I think I have more concerns with some of the risk in how the information was gathered. Being a cosmetologist for over 35 years myself, I do understand, and as an educator, I understand. But I wanted to make sure that as we're educating our students, it's not written from our state. I don't know what happens in other states of how the schools train. There needs to be a guideline, I understand. But to put something in writing, basically, what's a risk, what's not a risk is a good thing, but to give them, I think I want to say that this is the way it should be done. And I think more of this will, because you start from the education level in school, but I'm looking at this too as for licensees. I'm looking for the licensees that's already licensed.
Right.
That I do not want to see any of this affecting those that have went out and got additional training, spent thousands of dollars to become the best that they can possibly be. I think on the school level, starting off, there might need to be a particular guideline and structure, but for the licensees, I want to make sure that there's going to be no effect on those people that's already licensed and working in the industry when our legislation get this information. Because, I know I don't think there's any legislators that we have on in our state are in the beauty industry. So I know we need to give information for them to understand,
right?
But I'm just trying to figure out how this is going to be implemented. If you could maybe help share some light.
Yeah, that's perfect. And also, just to be clear, I'm not a licensee. I came to this industry about 12 years ago. So I'm about as non-competent on the technical side of what you do as they come. So I'm a good sounding board for that. And what this reflects, and I know it's all new to you guys today, so I think when you read through it, that's what you're going to see. What it reflects is basic best practice, what everyone should be doing based on science, right? It's what is reflected across both of the textbooks, Milady and Pivot Point that everyone's using. It is best practice. And so it's not going to affect if you went out and got thousands of dollars of training that was on some other aspect of, let's say, how to color hair, the style, the actual technique of a different type of coloring, just how to handle the actual chemicals that you're using properly and safely. It should, to a licensed professional, this should be what they're already doing. Mm-hmm. And it actually meets the bare minimum of every state's rules. We didn't go into trying to do any rule making for anybody. But here's the interesting thing about this document. This document, because it is a basic best practice that everybody should be following, it is a template that other states could use as they create rules which one of the things that we're struggling with besides deregulation in this industry is reciprocity. How do people move from state to state? And if rules were similar, not exactly the same, but if rules were similar, if the standards by which somebody does get licensed and stay licensed were similar, you can see how that would benefit reciprocity as well. I think when you read through the document, you'll find that it is just basic. It's the very basics of health and public safety. And it is designed to be that way so that if you were to write this into your rules or have it in a national exam or have it as part of your curriculum, it's the basics. And then of course there's places where you could embellish upon that based on whatever the technique was you're using. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, good.
But
I
I
hope I answered
had
your
one more question too, and I think this question might be for, since this information seemed like it was mainly composed of our deputy director and his team. I want to ask you this question, Adam. Does this gives us the, because I was kind of looking at some of the specialty license that I would kind of like to see us move towards. So this kind of looks like it's setting the groundwork, the ground floor for specialty license. I looked at like maybe eyelash certification. I seen there that it was talking about, you know, what some of the specialty license that they're offering in the other states, because I know a lot of those states that were listed have those particular licenses. So will this kind of open the door to allow us to be able to license more licensees coming from other states as well?
It could, Madam President, but the intent of communicating that there are specialty licenses and that other states are creating that, it's for our state to come out and say that there are risks in these services. And it's maybe not in the best interest of the consumer to create a certification for these types of services, because some level of training may be needed to ensure that the consumer is not adversely affected. Some states are making these niche or specialty licenses. They're making them untrained certifications, like our current makeup or threader certification. And what we're coming out with this document is saying that let's take a moment before we make regulations. Let's look at what the risks are, because there could be a need for someone to have proper training, that they have to go to school before they start doing these things, because it can affect a consumer. And that's the goal, is consumer protection and identifying what those risks are. And we've been able to categorize the risks in 3 areas. A beauty consumer gets either an infection risk, they experience a malpractice or safety risk, or a product reaction risk. And some level of education is needed, both practical and theoretical, to reduce risks to the consumer.
So I had one other question for you. I seen that under, I'm just going to use, for example, chemical relaxant, you use that as a level 3. So because that's a level 3, what does that look like to when we submit this information to legislators? Because I don't want it to adversely affect the stylists and the licensees that's specializing or that has multiple clients that have chemical relaxers.
Can you expand on the level 3 on?
I was
topic?
looking here when I was doing my review. There was when you went to, like, when they were talking about the chemical services, it's right here. It's on, I think it's page 15 on the chemical relaxer service sub-steps. And it has that the chemical relaxing service has a qualified risk value of 3.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm kind of looking at the risk, because some of them are less, some of them are more.
So yeah, absolutely. So for the chemical relaxer service, this example means, so if there are 30 steps or sub-steps in the chemical relaxer process, let's say there are 30 steps. This is only one sub-step that we've identified. And in that one single act, we've identified all 3 risks present in that one single step. Meaning whenever you're applying the chemical product, there are all three risks are present during that service step. You can cause an infection risk because a new tool or implement is utilized for the first time at that service. Or you can have a malpractice or safety risk by not following the manufacturer's instructions on the chemical, on the product that's applied. And you can also have a product reaction risk by not asking the right questions in the consultation procedures, by seeing whether your consumer may have an allergic reaction or skin irritant to an ingredient within that product. So for that one particular one step out of all 30 steps, there are all three risks present in just that one step.
Okay, because I just really want to make sure that when we give this information to our legislators, because they're not, industry related, that they will understand that, like the question, because when I read this information, I mean, I'm looking at identified risk, and I don't want them to say, okay, this is something that maybe we should look at taking out of cosmetology, because if somebody's going to be able to get a malpractice suit, or if they use a brush or a comb to apply this application, they can cause harm to the public. I understand the intent, and don't get me wrong, I get it, but I just want to make sure as we present this information, it's presented in that manner where they understand, because if you would not have explained that to me, and I'm saying a level 3, that was kind of high compared to some of the other ones. And I just want, to make sure that we're protecting. I know health and safety is first, but if you're a professional, you've been trained, like you said, you involved instructors in this, and if you've been trained in that manner to be able to apply these services, I would hate to see later down the line where they're saying certain services are going to be actually banned.
No, that's not the direction of this. The direction of this report is to satisfy the Nevada State Legislature that passed Senate Bill 69 in 2017. They said, boards, you need to identify the services that are licensed and find where the risks are to the consumer. This is a matter of occupational licensing reform, not a matter of removing services from currently licensed and trained individuals. That's not on the spectrum.
Can I make a comment really quickly? From working all around the country with states that are really knee deep in the deregulation argument, I think what this does, rather than put your licensure at risk, it solidifies your licensure. It says, if somebody is properly trained and they do everything properly, then they mitigate, that risk is gone or extremely mitigated. It goes back to what you've done as far as training somebody. If all of these things are ingrained in someone's natural behavior of how they do this and do it safely, then you don't have to worry about it. It just says that this is the importance of training. This is the importance of licensure. It's the importance of an exam that examines whether someone does these steps. So I think it actually puts it fortifies your license much more than any risk to your licensure.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Kai Stanton, board member, president. I would like to table this and have a conversation deeper with understanding. I think crushing questions in the matter of 5 minutes when we're making decisions that are pretty permanent for this industry is very important for all board members to have a clear understanding, and I don't. And one of those things on page 25 where it says service step/substep, a list of procedures needed to perform a particular service. That means there's a breakdown that needs to happen. Also, this foundation information will most likely be what the inspectors lean on for information of description and breakdown of what is required regarding procedures in a salon as well, which would be a great support system for sanitation, infection, proper procedure, making sure that things are being communicated equally across the board. So it's important that the board goes through this extensively, step by step, to ensure that it further reflects the needs of Nevadans and the agenda in which we utilize the tools on the everyday. As it's already been stated, other states do have a program as well, and their needs may be a little bit different due to maybe they may be more prone to certain parasites or certain infections that certain states may not be such a high risk for. So there's a lot of things that I'm saying that we need to table this with further review and communication with staff would be my deal. I'm very grateful that so much time has been implemented into this since 2017. I think that it's very important that the board has time to review that many years of background and information that has been given, to further go over it with a fine-tooth comb to ensure that this is reflecting all the needs of the public agenda. So thank you, and thank you for all the information. I'll be more than happy to review this accordingly as was time given for staff to do such in detail in the fine-tooth comb, and we look forward to be able to have that same procedure done with board. Thank you.
Yeah, Executive Director.
Ms. Stanton, you mentioned the service on page 25. Can you re-comment on that so I can write down the notes? It wasn't clear for me.
Oh, that's okay. I said I just need more clarification when there's a statement on page 25. I'm scrolling back to that. Where it says service step / sub-step, a list of procedures needed to perform a particular service, the number of risk. There's another one, risk value, the number of risk identified within a risk type. I would like to know, what does that mean? What are the details of that? And I don't want to take up this meeting time.
Those are listed in the beauty service info sheets that were sent.
And so that's what I'm saying. We need time to have a communication on what that means. My understanding and what the spirit of that intent was meant may be completely misunderstood on my part. So I think that the board needs that opportunity to have that conversation in detail. I don't think that right now is probably the best time to do that, given the time slot that we have for other agendas on this meeting at this time. Once again, I'm just one board member. That's something that has to be voted on. But it took an awful lot of time to put this together, and we want to make sure that we're communicating fairly and understanding everything.
This is Board Member McCormick. Adam, if you wouldn't mind it, my understanding is that this is a document that was worked on by a big team of people, not just from Nevada. Like, I'm not really certain what this board what the impact of reviewing this would even be on this, other than us just saying we don't want it to be given. Could you kind of just explain really where we are in the process, and I mean the input that has happened? Because I don't believe that this is just Nevada, or is it just professionals in Nevada that had an input on this document?
No, thank you, Board Member McCormick. No, it wasn't. It wasn't just people in the state of Nevada. It was people in 16 different state jurisdictions. That's what's special about this project, is that something like this hasn't existed in the beauty service industry. So every year, legislature has been doing some type of deregulation or loosening or barriers of entry in some aspects. And there's been a growing concern that at some point they might lower the barrier too much where there's a risk to the consumer. And there's not a national organization for us to utilize to have this type of information to present to the legislature. So we have to follow what the guideline that was listed from Senate Bill 69 in 2017 that said licensed occupations should identify their risks to the consumer We went to PBA. They didn't have a document. We went to another organization that has 20 some states as a membership. They didn't have this document. We went to Ms. Rosti, and she has a great infection control document she worked with North Carolina Board. But the document didn't communicate the specific types of risks based on the service. It was generalized. So this information is to answer the need that the legislature asked, which is identify the risks in the services that you license. And that's what this report does with initially 21 services at this point. And it's not rewriting how training is done. It's not rewriting anything or trying to convince someone of anything other than saying there are risks in the beauty service industry. If you deregulate or you lower the hours too much, students aren't going to have the appropriate time or the appropriate training to learn how to mitigate a consumer's risk to infection, to malpractice or safety, or product reaction. This document is in defense of the beauty service industry where no document has existed ever before. That's where this document is. And it's up to the board on whether you all want to approve it or not, but your approval of this document is only sending it to the legislature of saying there are risks in the beauty service industry. So don't lower our barriers of entry without talking to us because there are risks. Let us be a part of this discussion. Let us communicate that there are infection risks, there are malpractice and safety risks, there are product reaction risks. Let us change the dialogue because we have some legislators that we've talked to. I've been doing it for 12 years. I've talked to some legislators who have said the difference between a bad haircut and a good haircut is 2 weeks. No, that's not true. There are sharp implements that can be used. If those tools aren't clean and disinfected, you're going to cause an infection of the scalp. If that individual isn't properly trained on how to utilize those sharp tools and implements around your skin, it could puncture your skin and cause a malpractice or safety risk. If that beauty service professional doesn't know to ask you the right client consultation questions before before performing the service, if they don't know to check certain things, then they are harming you through their product reaction risk. That's all this document is trying to do and to communicate so we can change the dialogue to they're just cutting hair to no, there are risks and you have to be trained and educated to do these services on the public. And this document, I think, is the only thing that I know that exists based on my communication with other states and other organizations in the industry.
Can I say one more thing? I think it's important to point out, since you guys are new to this document, there were 17 states that participated. We would come into Nevada for 3 and 4 days at a time at their own expense. Every state paid for their own staff to come. It didn't cost the state of Nevada, for us to come there. It was that important that people applied to their states and got travel money to come and work on this document. And I think some of what needs to really everybody needs to be thinking about is that even if you feel like your state is not in a deregulation situation, there's a lot going on at the federal level. I mean, a lot going on at the federal level to reduce barriers to entry. And when they talk about reducing barriers to entry for these types of educational programs, one of the first things they talk about is deregulating the cosmetology and barbering industry. To Adam's point, when someone says to you, what's the worst that can happen, a bad haircut? And that's what they truly believe. That is what we are hearing at the federal level. And so the whole goal of this was to bolster the need for licensure and education in this industry, not to make it up, and we sat at the table. There were things we thought, well, this could happen, but you know what? We're not going to put could happen. We're going to put the things that are more likely to happen so that it is a realistic document. It is a realistic picture of what could happen if someone is either not trained at all or very poorly trained and comes into your industry. So regardless of whether this board decides to utilize it in some fashion, I think that the information in it will try to be replicated in other states so that they can defend their own licensure throughout. But I just want to be clear that, the state didn't pay for us to come and sit there for days on end. It was that important to all of these 17 states that participated.
Gwen Bramo, I do understand and I appreciate that. And now that I'm having a little bit more clarity, because for us to get the document, I think that it was a little
President Grimo, can I just follow up on my question to Adam before you?
Yes, go right ahead.
I'm sorry about that. I don't mean to interrupt, but Adam, thank you so much for the clarity on that. And I think what is really important is that I really just wanted to emphasize I am asking this board not to stop something that is basically completed. I mean, for absolutely no reason other than time to review. This document has had so much involvement, and I understand that maybe we need to understand it more and how it works, but we also need to show that we have a lot of faith and support this agency, because a lot of work has gone into this. And I believe in the work that they've done. I believe that they've done an incredible job. I believe that they've researched this thoroughly, and I believe that they'd be open to suggestions, hence why they're like, hey, we want you guys to know and be involved in this process, but there's no reason to stop something like this, something this incredible and such a job well done, that honestly, this is so impressive. The amount of information in this document is impressive. I can only look at my section right now, but I can tell you as we go into law review and as we go into these subcommittees, I would like to have this as a standard where there is no standard. I am proud to say that our state had something to do with this standard, and I'm asking the board to please do not hold this document from being submitted without just cause other than time to review. I just don't think that that's, I believe that this document is, it needs to get out, and we do not need to impede it. Madam President.
Thank you, McCormick. I totally get it. No, but I don't think that's the intent. So, you know, that's your sentiments, and we totally understand where you're coming from. But my question goes back to Adam. I'm just trying to figure out how we can make this work, because I think it's a needed document as well. I think the breakdown is that we received it in our agenda, and there are some things, and in respect to you, Ms. McCormick, board member, you're looking at your section, but we have to look at the overall section. And my concern was, and I asked those questions that were important to me as a board member, making sure that it's not going to affect the licensees that's already licensed. That was important to me. Okay, I'm looking out not just for I'm looking out for the health and safety, but we have to look out for the thousands of licensees that we hold license to. And they're successful. A lot of them are very, very successful in the industry, making sure, because what we don't have in our state, and like they have in a lot of other states, if we want to get technical with this, is education. We don't have education requirements for our licensees. So maybe this would be a gateway for education for our licensees, because if we're going to set a standard, and I think we need to at this time, and I appreciate Ms. Rosti and Ms. Thomas, your hard work. I'm all for it. I'm just trying to figure out how do we make this work, because it needs to go. We need to have a standard, but we need to have a standard across the board. So if we're going to be submitting something to our legislation, SB, I'm not looking at the Senate bill right now offhand. I think it was SB 69. Then we need to start working towards some identifying some additional training for the thousands and thousands of licensees in our state already, that's already complete, that's already working on these, I mean, you know, committed to these procedures that they're doing, that if there's a problem with it, how would the inspectors handle that situation? Because there's no advanced training, there's no continuing education in our state. So can you maybe answer to that?
I think the point is back to I know that the document's relatively new to you, but I think that the point is, this is basics. Like if somebody isn't following these, even if they've been out of school 30 years, they need to do it. It's not an option. We are in a COVID pandemic world where infection is a problem, and the next infection might be bacterial. It might be fungal. And I think that we're back to, even if someone's been doing the wrong thing for 30 years, now is the time to do it properly. Now is the time to read these very simple steps. And we are not getting overly technical in these steps. They're very clearly written. And I think that you guys can be the leader. Your state logo literally is on this document that other states are going to look to for guidance on how they train people, what rules they put in place, what they tell their inspectors to look for. And it isn't complicated. It is the basics that somebody should know the day they get out of school. And if they've been doing it wrong for 30 years, they need to change. I mean, that's all I'm saying. They need to read this document.
I totally agree.
Yeah. And
I totally agree with you.
I just don't think we can't change the document to suit what someone's been doing. This is the way it is. This is the world. And this is health and public safety 101. And so I see your compassion for already licensed people, but I don't think if somebody is licensed and they read this document and say, I can't do that, then they shouldn't have a license. I mean, that's the bottom line. Sorry, I'm so passionate about it, but we've been all working on this for well over 2 years, and we were so cautious in making sure that this was fair and adequately represented risk, and that it was something that we could all 17 states that were there could go forward and say, this is what someone should know. This is what is mandatory, and this is why you have a license.
Can I just ask you a question? Because you travel across the country and you see some of the risk, and you work with some of the other states. Yeah. So are they implementing, moving forward, continuing education for those that's already licensed so that they can still practice, so they don't have to pick up a guide and say, this is what I need to have to follow? That the states are ensuring that everybody's following proper risk protocol?
Well, continuing ed across the country, and let me go back one step where you said traveling across the country. And I think one of the other board members said the problems that you guys have in your state might not be the same as somebody else's state. And we factored in for those things too, right? The same, if there's a particular bug, like I know in Arizona, they have valley fever, right? I'm not going to put that as a risk because that isn't a risk all the way across the country. But conjunctivitis with an eyelash extension is a risk no matter what state you're in. So it is the lowest common denominator in terms of it would apply to every single state. But to your question about continuing ed is presumed to be in every state education beyond what you got in cosmetology school. And since this document really is just the baseline of what everyone should have already learned, it would not fall, in my opinion, under a continuing ed umbrella. That doesn't mean that education isn't available. We're working on a whole classroom channel on our website that is all basic education. Someone could go back and learn it. But I think if you sit down and read the document, spend some time with it, you'll realize that the language in it is so simple that it wouldn't really require you to go take a class. I mean, I think people would be mad at us if we said, you have to go take a class now. They would say, I can read this. I know what I'm supposed to do. So I think there's going to be, every state will handle that differently. I have not seen an increased push for continuing ed, except for the fact that now with COVID, there are a lot of states considering whether there should be some continuing education around infection control where it wasn't required before.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, at this time, board, I think we need to take a look at if I would like to see the information move forward, but Adam, I think it is something that before it's presented to LCB, if the board members have any additional questions and concerns because, of the risk, the level of risk for certain of those procedures, maybe they can ask the questions. I mean, I'm just one person and I'm just kind of facilitating. I would like to see how we could move forward. I know that there was a lot of work put into this and I totally agree. I know that, across the country, they're trying to deregulate, even if it's not a Nevada problem, it could be eventually. So I know we have to think out for the future. I'm just,
Madam President, for the record, Adam Higginbotham, Deputy Director. The document, in my opinion, it's not finished. It's at the most current finalized draft at this moment. I've always looked at this piece as a living document with information that can be changed as more information is learned. So if that provides any solace or any constellation to approving, consideration to approving this, that would be beneficial as well as approving this as a living document with the knowing that additional items will be updated or added to the document. We still have additional beauty services that are not included in this that we expect to grow and look at these services as well as this project continues to grow. It's just the information that we have now is just at a good flatline, stable plateau of saying, here's the information we have to get the legislature to see that there are risks, that you do need training, both practical and theoretical, to mitigate the consumer risks.
okay.
So if the board would entertain the living document approval with it knowing that there are changes or potential changes and growing of additional service reviews, that would be a beneficial outcome. But ultimately, it's up to the board on what you all decide to do moving forward, and we'll follow up with how you see fit.
Thank you, Deputy Director.
When
I like the fact, yes, yes, Executive Director.
Yes, I'd just like to make a few comments about the report before you ask for a vote. One is that, as Adam said, it's a basic document. It does not go into any of the advanced services, doesn't go into any specialized services. It's really the basics of what everyone should know and everyone should practice, as Leslie pointed out. The other thing is that you made mention that we have to protect the licensees. I want to make sure that you understand our job as a board is not to protect the licensees. Our job as a board is to educate them, make sure they understand when they're not doing something right and bring them up to a standard. But we're not here to protect the board, protect the licensees. We're here to protect the public. Those receiving services are who's being protected. So I just wanted to get that in, make sure that you understood that, because that is our call to action. Our mission statement is to make sure that we give the licensees, the potential licensees, the best education, most complete and thorough education they can receive. But our ultimate goal, the reason why we do that, is to protect the public from being injured and harmed. And that's what this document does. It identifies at a very base level, the very lowest level that you can think of. What are those services that we provide, and what are they doing? What are we doing to protect someone from getting injured by that? I just want to add that in there. So whatever the board does, that's what the board is that's what we're gonna follow along with. But I really truly believe you should consider approving this, as Adam said, as a living document, and that we're going to continue to upgrade it and update it as we go along. The other thing is we will not give it to the legislature without giving them a presentation to identify everything in the document, because they're going to have a lot of questions, a lot more than you would have, because you understand the wording. They're not going to have any understanding of a lot of things.
Right.
And we've got to go through and step them through that. Once we've done that, I think we'll have a good rapport with them. And we have a good rapport with the legislature now. I don't think there's anyone who's looking to deregulate now. There's election coming up. Who knows who's going to be elected? Who knows what they're going to want to do? But now's the time to go in and educate them before they start thinking about deregulation.
No, I understand. Thank you, Executive Director. I do understand that our most important job is health and safety to the consumer. But without our licensees, I mean, we wouldn't have many consumers as well. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the information, it was almost like, were they involved in any licensees involved in any of the process. But I do understand deregulation. I understand that very well, because I had been approached with a hair braiding situation by several legislators, and I felt that they should have some kind of education. So I do understand, and I think the other board members do as well. I think it was just today, we're getting the information and didn't have a chance to, there were some questions and I had some concerns and, that's what we are able to do. We're able to work those questions and concerns out. So I do believe that this is something that our state need, and I would love to see our state lead it. So
Madam President, this is Kai Stanton. I'm sorry, I have a statement, and I just want to be very clear. Just as it's been very clear that we need to have communication for legislation, legislators, et cetera, as we're doing presentations for the full understanding, that should be same for board. And at the end of the day, I think that we're all referring to a nice NRS 644A.625 for the purpose of requirements for immediate supervision of license purposes of NRS 644A.275, also comma 644A.625. The board will interpret the meaning that is cosmetology establishment, whereas, and it goes on in cosmetology of our NRS and our regulations. So this is what we're also coming from, the direction of, we like to understand what is being not just regulated, but in laws and what we're defining as sanitation. We want to make sure, because there has been some misunderstandings in the past on what we're understanding and clarifying. We are not stopping process. We're making sure process happens in exactly, I think, what we have all conveyed from staff and board, proper process. And at the end of the day, it's very important that we have a full understanding and not cram it in within 5 minutes. And there's my concern. I know this has been given to us, the agenda, approximately around October 5th accordingly, and there's other information that we have to review. This has been in process since 2017. The 69, if I'm not mistaken, that was clearly stated, SB 69 is an adaptation of the regulations. And so we just want to make sure that we're going over this as well. This information was presented to us with the understanding that we had full knowledge of this, which neither here nor there. I think the information is outstanding. I still, however, would like to click on a lot of the icons that the other public will click on as well and fully understand what's happening, because we cannot catch or change anything if we don't have clarification in each process. And the best thing to have, the best thing to do is to communicate with question and form, and not taken as an insult, but an understanding, so that the board can also be on the same page in that miraculous loop that everyone else is in. So I do think that this is outstanding and wonderful information. I do think that the board should not be prosecuted or be highlighted as a negative for asking questions with information not given in the same documented time to fully review as they would have liked to, or if things are delayed slightly so that we can have those questions answered. I think it should be done accordingly. That's just my statement, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you.
President, this is Executive Director Gary Landry. I just want to also mention that this project was mentioned in the Executive Director's report for the last 3 years. So from the time we started, we've been updating as we go along and mentioning, we worked on this the risk report. Risk report's coming along. We're having meetings with people from out of state. We're going along. Every board meeting, we had an Executive Director's report that identified the risk report. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that. And if there were any questions at that time, it would be great to ask them and get up to speed on it. It's more that you can ask as many questions as you want. You can ask for a special session to discuss this, whatever you want to do. But I just want to make sure that you understood you've been receiving information on this for the last 3 years.
Thank you for that, Executive Director, but highlighting the information and having it very a side conversation with board members are two totally different entities regarding reports. So when we have an update and the delivery of the information to the board, that is in a report form update. That is not saying exclusive on information for board members to input at that time. So I want to be clear on that too. So it's very important that we just clarify accordingly. And as far as questions, if I'm getting a report of an update of that information, but I don't see the full detail, there won't be any questions at that time. Thank you, Madam President.
At this time, I just want to be able to see fit that any board members have any other questions or any other concerns. I would like to be able to see if there could be, I like the document. I think it's a document that we need to move forward with the understanding, as Deputy Director said, with the understanding of any other additional updates that's needed or any clarity before given to LCB. I would like to have a board member to call a motion.
Board Member Tila Traum McCormick, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Identifying Risk in Beauty Services report presentation as a living document that can be updated for submission to the legislature after due process. Is that okay? After due process and presentation to the board.
Can I get a second?
Sorry, Madam President, this is Justin Taruk, just to clarify Member McCormick's motion. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can, and Justin, I'm sorry if I messed that all up, but I
thought it sounded good.
I mean, it started sounding okay towards the end, but the truth is, it's important to the board that this is a living document, is what I'm taking away from every member's input. So we want to make sure that this is something that we have an active understanding, because we've been kept up to date with the process. This is the formal presentation and we like what we see. We're ready to move it forward, but it needs to be a living document that can be changed.
Okay, so that part of the motion I understand. I guess the one I just want to clarify is the due process part. I think maybe if you want to just say in your motion that the final draft, before that gets sent over to LCB, and the presentation, that the board approve that before it gets submitted for final submission to LCB. Is that what you were trying to get to?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So do I have to do that whole thing over?
No, just say that's what I wanted in my motion, so moved. And
I would, and that's what I want. And yeah, I'm so moved.
Okay.
Okay, I have one other question, Justin, before I call for a second, so that we can have clarity. When does this document have to be submitted to LCB?
Madam President, I don't know the answer. I will defer that to the executive team.
There's no definitive date that it's due. We just need to get it in as soon as possible. We've spent, quite a few number of hours putting this together. We just need to get it out to them. I would hope before the end of the year would be my choice.
So how would we make sure that that's like, Madam President, are you thinking to like have it placed somewhere for review, or put somewhere that we make sure we review it, like an actual meeting?
Yes,
I would recommend that it would be in an open meeting as a special meeting, just that way, if you want to just have that as your only agenda item on that meeting and say, this is the final presentation, this is the final document that we're going to submit to LCB, here it is. And then at that time, you guys can vote if that's what you want to do, is to go ahead and submit that presentation and document to LCB.
Yes. So do I need to restate?
No, you can ask for a second to Member McCormick's motion though.
Can Ms. McCormick restate her motion, please?
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah.
So, come on now. All right. I would like to make a motion to approve the Identifying Risk in Beauty Services, I believe I'm saying this correctly, report as a living document with a final presentation to be made before the board before submission to LCB.
Can I get a second on that motion?
Board Member Anita Douglas Is it possible I can say something before I do the second?
Yes, you can.
I would like to say that I agree with everybody that participated on this subject, and you guys had all good viewpoints. So it was like a good balance, and I appreciate that by me just coming on the board. So I'm still learning, and I would second that emotion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome, Deputy.
And
We're going to move to,
this is Gary Landry, Madam President. Would it be possible for us to take a 10 or 15-minute break just so we can get all back together again, get things moving, and have a chance to do any biological functions that need to be helped?
yes, that's okay. We can take a break, a 15-minute break. See you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello.
Anytime you're ready to start, we're ready to go.
Yep, ready to start. We're resuming our meeting for October 12th, 2020. The time is 10:43. We are now at agenda item number F, petitioner to appear. Is it Michaela Jones? License number A51118. Are you present today?
Sorry, this is Justin Taruk, just Deputy Attorney General. Just to remind everyone on the call, if you are called, just make sure you unmute yourself so that way we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to remind everyone that's on the call today to make sure you keep your microphones on mute until it's your actual, up to come before the board, to speak before the board. So do we have a Michaela Jones? Leah, did we hear from a Michaela Jones?
Hi, Board Chair Bramo. No, I don't believe we've heard anything from Ms. Jones.
Okay.
I would go ahead and vote to reject her petition and then move on to the next one.
Well, we sure can. So can I get a motion to reject the petition for Michaela Jones, license number A51118, please?
Good morning. This is Board Member Harris. I would like to make a petition to, what am I doing? To pass this petition A51118.
Dismissed.
Member Harris, this is Justin. Just wanted to confirm your motion is to deny the petition for A511.
Okay, I do apologize for that. Okay, yes, I wish to make a motion to deny the petition A5118.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Teal Latrell McCormick, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our next petitioner is Savannah. Is it Nicolette Stilk? License number A49536. Do we have a Savannah Stilk? Can I get a motion to deny petition for Savannah Stilk?
Board Member Douglas, I'm gonna deny Savannah Nicole Smith, license number A49536.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Petitioner number 3 is Shanna Polarka, license number A6105, Pink Cherry, salon license 14100. Are you present today? Salon Pink Cherry, license number S14100. Can I get a motion to deny petition?
Board members, I deny her petition for license number A6105.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Của mày sao nó choi cái video được mà của tao không choi được.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's make sure we have our mics on mute, please, until it's your turn to actually appear before the board. Thank you so much. Petitioner number 4, no loose ends. Salon number S187382. Are you here today?
Yes, I am.
Hi.
Hi,
Can you state your name, please?
Joanna DiCarlo.
Okay, Joanna DiCarlo, I would like to have you sworn in by our executive director, please.
Okay,
You testify that you're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony today?
yes,
Very good.
You can now speak with the board.
okay. Oh, yeah. Deanna, I also have one of my gals that are working with me. We got a, how do you say, we got this.
Well, excuse me, Joanna.
Yes.
If she's gonna interpret or speak with you, she needs
Yes.
to be sworn in as well.
Okay, you need me.
Okay, executive director, can she state her name too? Can you state your name, please?
My name is Deanna Parker.
Okay, Deanna Parker, can we have you sworn in, please?
Yes,
Sure.
Dan, do you swear that the testimony you give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Okay, go right ahead, please.
Okay, we had gotten a citation for implement that either one of us were using. It was a previous person that was no longer working for us. And they were saying that it was stated in the petition or in the citation that we were harming the public. And we don't use those type of implements. We use files that are disposable for pedicures. And I went around and I found pictures at Direct Beauty Supply. They sell those, it looks like a cheese grater, which we don't use those. It was in somebody else's, box. And she was going to pick it up, but she hadn't at the time when we got, we had the board come in and inspect. So I'm trying to either, I don't mind paying for the fine. I just would like it to be reworded that we weren't harming the public with that implement, because I don't want it to follow me, which I am the owner of the shop, which I don't do pedicures. I'm just a hairdresser, you know. So, but Deanna does do pedicures, and she had just come on board when this has happened. And so this is what we're trying to petition about.
Thank you. Maggie?
Yes, President. It's good to see you again.
I know. Can you elaborate a little bit more for us, please?
Absolutely. I'm going to share my screen, so just be patient, please. Okay, so the citation was issued for allowing practicing invasive procedures. That is how the statute is written. So that is how the NAC is written. So that is how the citation is filled out, basically. So we can't really change the verbiage. This is the foot file that was found. It's about having it there. If it's there, that means that the service could be performed with that implement. So as always, the board can decide what they do. Clearly, the owner is saying it was there. The citation was not issued in error. It was there. The fact that somebody hadn't picked it up isn't really under our purview, but it's up to you if you want to change the verbiage, I guess. I'm not sure if that can be done. But if that's what the petitioner is asking.
Nó cho rồi.
Excuse me, Ty. Can you mute your, thank you.
So
go right ahead, Maggie. I apologize.
That's okay. Since that's what the petitioner is asking, I'm not really sure what the board can and cannot do in terms of changing verbiage on a citation.
Well, can I ask a question? And I don't know, I think I need to ask a question. I can maybe ask the question to you, Maggie.
You can ask
Is
me
there
anything.
any way, because the petitioner agrees to pay the fine, which is a good thing because it was in her as the owner, I guess, it all falls back on the owner. Was that file found in a box?
I believe it was found in a box in a drawer. But it's not like it was packed up in a suitcase and ready to leave the salon.
Oh, okay. Is there any way that we can, because the citation is what the citation is, it's the NA 6644 3.638. Is there any way that we can document that the owner was not in use of the file? Because I think she's looking more at her reputation.
Yes.
If we can put some like a piece of documentation in the file.
We can certainly add that caveat to the file.
Yeah, I think for me, I think that's what she's asking. Am I right, Joanna?
Yes, I just don't want it out there saying that I or Deanna was going to hurt the public and everything, which it was. I didn't know that wasn't even allowed, and I didn't even know it was there, really. So I just don't want that following me. If
I may, there are two parts to this. It will, the citation was issued to the salon, so it's not saying either one of these individuals was performing that service or was using that implement or had that implement. It was saying it was present in the salon. That's all that it's saying. We do have on our website the ability for licensees or the general public to look up a salon and see if there are any citations issued or compliance reviews. So in full disclosure, it will be part of that. If somebody looks up the salon, it'll say that this item was there. It will not say that a particular person was using it. It's just saying it was there, which it was. But we can add a note to the file, to the salon's file, saying it was not used by either the owner or the licensee that's with us today.
Yes, and I want you to understand, Joanna, do you know now all the banned tools that can be used in your establishment?
Yes.
So you're now aware, just in case you get another manicurist, because I understand when you do hair, that's your main that's your main specialty.
Yes.
I could see, but you're still responsible for all the licensees that come in to work in your establishment.
Right.
So we just want to make sure you have a law book so that when laws change and regulations change and you'll have what you need to continue to be successful.
Yes.
Okay. So do I have any other comments from any other board member?
This is Kai Stanton. The citation says practicing invasive procedures. So was she actually utilizing this tool? It was in someone's hand. I think that was determined it wasn't, and it was found in a box, which she didn't even know was there. Clearly it wasn't being used because I don't see any debris or anything on that tool. So that's I'm pretty confident on saying that they were not utilizing that. And if it was found in a box, which has been supported by our inspector that I'm looking at right now, so are we fining her for having the tool in the shop? Because the fine under 644.368 says allowing/practicing. So allowing these practices and during the practices. I just want to be clear.
I can certainly answer that. It's when we say allowing, we're saying that it's the fact that that implement is there means
It's
that
in
it could
there.
be,
Okay.
yeah, it could be used. It's
That's
either-
the slash. Okay, thank you,
That's-
ma'am.
So I just think that Joanna now understands, she understands that it can't be allowed in her establishment at all. But if we can put a documentation just on a sheet that, for Joanna's sake, she wants to make sure that it's understood that she's not the person that was using it, nor was the other manicurist. It was an old manicurist, but she understands that she's responsible. Am I correct?
Correct.
We can certainly notate the file.
Thank you, Maggie.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Can I get a motion, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to deny the petition for licensee S-187362.
Anita Douglas, board member. I second that.
Member Stanton and Member Douglas, before Chair Ramo calls for a motion, a vote, can I just clarify your motion, Member Stanton, to include the caveat, if this is what you want, to include the caveat that you're going to note the file that it wasn't for personal, it wasn't for personally, it was the salon.
Okay.
Is
Would
that
you
what-
like,
Is
oh, I'm
that
sorry.
what you would want to do, Member Stanton? To amend your motion to include that caveat?
Yes, Justin, that would be great. Thank you so much. Should that be amended, or can that just be added to the documentation in which has been stated now?
It's fine as long as you agree to that portion of it. And then Member Douglas, do you agree to that caveat for Member Stanton?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, thank you. And then Chair Ramo, it's okay if you call the vote now. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we had a second by Douglas.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Practitioner number 5, it's Philip Who? License number N11417. Is there a Philip Who? Can I get a motion to dismiss practitioner?
Yes, board member Douglas. I'm going to dismiss petitioner N11417.
Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Practitioner Stacy Salzas, license number C2778. Are you present today? Practitioner Stacy Salza, license number C20778. Can I get a motion to dismiss practitioner, please?
Board Member Harris, I will make a motion to dismiss petition C, license number C20778.
Can I get a second?
Douglas, board member, I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Practitioner number 7, is it Marquita Turner? License number I46403. Marquita Turner, are you present today? License number I46403. Can I get a motion to dismiss practitioner?
Board Member Harris, I move to dismiss this petitioner 146403.
This is Kai Stanton. Before we do that, I have a question. When you're saying dismiss or deny?
We're denying.
We're down denying, sorry about that.
You
So
have
this
questions?
fine, I do have a question because I don't understand the citation. I don't understand what we're charging her with.
Maggie, we need you. You're on mute, Maggie.
I can't see
Maggie,
her.
you're on mute.
Oh, there
Got
she
it.
goes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, that's
I
okay.
apologize. I am going to share the screen.
Okay.
Here we go. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Maggie.
So, Ms. fined for a number of things. She was fined because she was practicing teaching a nail class without a license to unlicensed individuals. So I can go through the entire presentation if you want. She also is calling herself a master educator, which is, we don't have a distinction as a master educator on her Instagram. She was issued a cease and desist. I went actually to her website this morning, just prior to the meeting, and she is still advertising as a master educator and teaching beginner nail technology classes. So we can go through her, if I'm scrolling too quickly, please let me know. But this is a nail class that she gave. She says class is in session. You can see the nails that are done. This is, somebody said, one of the students there says, when your nail tech instructor is a boss. So you can see the same nails being done. And the name on this account is Tawny Cherie. This is Tawny Cherie's Instagram. This is Tawny Copeland, who's a licensee. She was licensed prior to the nail class, or after the nail class was being taught. So she got her license, forgive me there, on 10/10 of 2019. She was in class on May 17th of 2019. So here is one of the unlicensed individuals that she taught. So she was issued a citation for that. Here is the screenshot from what I found today. She's calling herself Naildell the Educator. She's an educator in Las Vegas with her business. Her business is not a licensed school. You can take virtual classes with her. These are some of the offerings that she has. And she has a virtual class for beginners, which teaches about prep, application, and secrets. And in this one, the one-on-one class, she's teaching how to prep the nails for any application. It's a beginning nail class, which if you went to school for nail technology, you would have been taught this before. So this is not something that she's teaching. It appears that she's not teaching an advanced class to somebody who's already licensed. This is somebody who has no experience. So this is our concern. This is why we issued the citation. The fact that she's calling herself a master educator is concerning. The fact that it sounds like she's a school, and that even after her cease and desist order and her citation today, this is her, she updated her website to include this information.
Okay, I have a couple questions for you too, Maggie. I guess question number one would be, she's a licensed instructor in the state of Nevada.
Correct.
She's teaching, I'm just putting it all in the right order. She's teaching nail classes to beginners as well as probably licensees.
She may be.
She's calling herself a master because she's an instructor, or did she go through the Master Milady Education Program?
The only evidence, and let me share the screen again, the only thing that I could find that would suggest the term master at all would be in her licensing from her previous in Alabama. They have a master manicurist license. It was expired prior to her teaching this class, I believe it was. She had a manicurist instructor license that expired in 2016. So it's just a term she decided to put on her, she's not here to say, but I think it's just a term to say that she's a better instructor than you would find elsewhere, or that she somehow, she's not saying she's not teaching out of a school other than her own business, which is our concern.
Okay. Any other questions from any of the board members?
I do. I went to cosmetology school years ago. I know sometimes it's taught some years ago, kind of telling on my age a little bit. So I know that when a lot of people graduate, they still feel as if they need some extended training. I've heard in the past, even on this call, that a lot of instructors are supporting the curriculum and education to focus on passing the board, not necessarily to sustain a productive and high intense career in which we are in. So future education is required to seek out. My problem is there's not enough information on here to say this is what I'm doing. I know myself, I have given some reviews, some apprenticeships step by step on how to apply certain product lines. Every product line does not have the same process step. So the beginning stages of the steps will be beginning, such as OPI versus TAMI products, or CDN products, or CND, or what have you products, are a lot different. Monomers, polymers, different formulations will react differently with different powders. So I could see how that knowledge would be very important. Also, if some of these students are receiving their license, I think the one that you showed me, she received her license. It doesn't expire until 2024, but you're saying she took a class. Would that be the extended training information after she received her hours? Because she can't receive a license in the state of Nevada if she does not have hours that have been confirmed with an actual institute. So in order for anyone to hold a license, they have to follow proper procedures, which I do believe we are very thorough about. So how they're holding these licenses with the school that's not being approved is a little weird. Then when you're showing the classes for the $200 step, there's a lot of beauty stores, beauty things of that nature that offer extended training classes from the direct distributor. We just want to make sure, what is she doing? And without having a conversation and a full understanding, and there's a lot of holes, like, I don't know if she's just giving these classes to licensed educators. Clearly they can't go in with hours from an unlicensed school and say, let's take a test. That's not happening.
Correct.
So how did we find her? Did someone call in and say she's taking $20,000 for a full curriculum of nail technology and presenting this to the board? How did we even find this person to say, this is what you're doing? And as far as constituting master educator, stylist, like you said, because that description is still away and people have been utilizing this far before 4 years ago. So this is going to be a harsh turnaround for the agenda of the public of Nevada State, which is a different conversation. And that's why I strongly requested several times to put this on hold to do that, because of the description is so vague and we have not been issuing citations for that. And that is on record and documentation. But the description of that law is in there, which is up for interpretation by board. So that's why we had some challenges regarding that, which you have further stated. So once again, how did we find her and what's going on with this citation? I'm so confused.
Okay, can I say something before you, Maggie, please? I know that was a question directed, but I just want the board to be clear, because before you, and Maggie, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? I want the board to be clear that this appears to be an individual that's promoting her instructor's license outside of a school, charging for classes. Probably, I'm sure she won't turn down the money if I don't have a license, because she's teaching the nails and she's charging X amount of dollars to teach that course with her.
Okay.
And what we're also doing is we're now allowing people to be trained by an instructor, probably proper procedure, look like she does really good work. And now they're out servicing clients, either at home or wherever, without a license, because she's still training. So she shouldn't be, see, this is, I think, I'm not seeing a lot of it too, Maggie. I don't know what we're gonna be able to do about it, but I'm seeing a lot of salons and nail salons, they're offering classes. And I don't know if these classes are for professionals or for classes for those who want to get into the industry or learn how.
We see a lot of both. We do have where a salon can or a person can submit their continuing education for review to us. So they are only offering it to licensed individuals, and everyone has a right to do that if they are licensed in the state of Nevada. And if they are working on licensees, current licensees in the state of Nevada. The issue with this case in particular, as you mentioned, is that here we found that this Miss Cherie, Tony Copeland, Miss Copeland, wasn't licensed until May 17th of 2019. I'm sorry, until October 10th of 2019. She took the class in May. So she was either currently in school or out of school, but she was unlicensed. And she was taking a class, practicing on people, which is in clear violation of our law. You can't do that. She is advertising herself as a master educator, which if you are a licensed educator in school, a licensed instructor, you can't call yourself a master educator. We don't have a distinction for that. So clearly this is a business that is set up outside of a licensed school that is teaching, in this just one case that I was able to find, one person who didn't have a license. And we see this, it spreads like wildfire. We see people teach, and you'll see many of these cases coming before the board, because we see these people teaching unlicensed people who then go on to perform and out of their homes, who then go on to teach other unlicensed people. It just increases exponentially. So when we do find a situation like this, where she's advertising herself as an educator, she's not attached to a school, she's teaching clearly at least one unlicensed person, that's why there's one offense, it's per offense. We issued her a citation for doing that. Because we need to protect the, go ahead, Stanton.
This is Kai Stanton. This is where it's going to get a little tricky. It's going to get kind of weird. Okay, so we said we don't have any basis for master stylist, but we do have a curriculum that's by Milady. It's utilized through a lot of institutes throughout Nevada, California, And it's helped to sustain the information in which supports the basis of instructor, because cosmetology is completely different from a curriculum built, delivery, retention, etc., which is a completely different program. So we do approve that. As a matter of fact, we approve the CE accreditations for that. Yes, ma'am. That is a full breakdown curriculum, which is the basis of AACS, which is coming up this month, which also supports educational systems across the United States. That is a full approved curriculum, as well as utilized with breakdown of hours, a breakdown of an agenda, and what the hours look like that you received. It is I think the program is almost $700 to $800 after you receive your instructor's license, which is touched on every year, as well as approved the information, not just from the AACS educational system, which is the basis of how a lot of cosmetology schools move forward, et cetera, and the updated information. But it also supports how in the difference between coming from a cosmetology school and now entering the world of an educator, which is two totally different programs, as it should be. So it's an additive to an education as far as the steps for testing. There is a test for that as well. So when we're saying that master educator should not be approved, there are tons of people that are solidified and supported by the education that is provided, which is almost a year program. And this program costs almost the same amount as an AA curriculum. How do I know? I went through that same program, especially going through the Dean of Education program. That was one of the requirements that we had to have. So we really need to take a look at that. As far as the classes that you're referring to, there's also something regarding hours that called a field trip, or something of the nature where you can leave campus and have it approved by your school to receive those hours, making sure by law that it has to be under a licensed instructor. So they can teach off campus and utilize those hours to be implemented in an institute. The hours must be broken down with what they learned, theory time, what was given in those breakdowns of time. And it also gives those students opportunity to learn, not just for the curriculum, but process. Different product line requires different process. There is not a core foundation of process on a lot of things. Some people use primer, some people use nail prep. There are two totally different processes on that. So when we have a student that is not licensed yet, and she's taking a class from a licensed instructor, and she's already under an institute, that is legal.
And that's something we can defer to our DAG about, but field trips are only allowed if it's a licensed school. This is clearly not a licensed school.
Wait, a licensed school that she's attending, right? Not a licensed school that, so I wouldn't go to Hollywood Hair. I'm in Hollywood Hair, registered as Hollywood Hair. So I want to go to Superstar Salon and learn this new hair technique extension class that is 8 hours. But the educator is a licensed instructor in the state of Nevada, has been approved by her institute. Is that illegal? That's what you're saying.
Gwen
I'm
Bramo,
saying
board
that she
chair.
has set herself,
Go right ahead, Maggie.
I'm saying that she is clearly setting herself up as a school, and she is not a licensed school. She's saying she's a master educator. The false advertising is that saying I teach a class of 17 students how to successfully become nail technicians. She's not a licensed school. She can't advertise that she's doing that. She can't advertise that she's a master educator.
Well, how do we clarify that then? Because you see my conundrum, right?
You may have to explain it again, because
that's okay.
This is the progression that I went through in issuing this citation. We did receive a complaint that she was offering classes and she was in a school, that this person now couldn't get licensed since she took the $600 class in nail technology. So when I investigated this, I see post after post where she's saying, I teach a class of 17 students how to successfully become nail technicians. She can't do that in this state because she's not a licensed school. She can be a licensed educator, which she is, She is a licensed educator, but she can't teach outside of a school to unlicensed people, which is what we found. So she's advertising herself as a school, which is the false advertising. She is offering classes and having classes with people who now have to practice illegally if they're going to practice at all, and who are now subject to thousands of dollars in fines because this person is presenting herself as a teacher who teaches a school. That's where, this is why the citations were issued.
That's fair. I'm okay with that part of the citation. I just want to make sure that's what's happening and not the fact that she's giving classes to licensed educators as well as a field trip
Non-licensed.
hours.
Gwen
They're
Bramo.
registered as a student. They're registered as a student. I want to be clear.
She's registered, this licensee was registered as a student in a school, just not Drop Dead Gorgeous Nell's school. But this is not a school. She's registered in another school. She's allowed to practice in that school on that grounds with a supervised licensed instructor. It's none of that criteria, which is why the citation was issued.
So she didn't receive 8 hours and utilize those 8 hours as part of her hours submitted. This was like the full 600 hours. And that's what she received, because honestly, that would be legal if she only received 1 day versus field trip hours. Do you get what I'm saying? And the school approved that. That's a totally different conversation. I just want to be clear. I want to make sure
This
that
has
there was a full-on school happening at the 600 hours.
That is where Ms. Copeland was going to school at the time she took the class at a school that was not licensed.
But the hours.
The hours mean nothing. That she took from Ms. Turner's school can apply to nothing because the school is illegal. She can't get credit for hours at a school that's not licensed.
Okay, excuse me, Board Member Stanton, can I just make a comment so that we can probably discuss this if we want to put it on the agenda at a different time? But can I just make a comment? I understand where you're coming from, Board Member Stanton. I understand that this could possibly be field trip hours, is what you're stating. I'm not sure if the person is going, if the school is allowing a student to go on a field trip. This is where we probably need clarity from the board. From staff. If the school is allowing students to go on a field trip because she was still enrolled in school,
right?
I'm just saying worst case scenario. So she was enrolled in school. If we're allowing the schools to allow students to go on field trips, I don't think this, for me, they don't go to license. They can go to anything that's industry related where they're going to learn. They take them to field trips at different places for different subjects. So I understand this particular, and I want us to be clear, board, so that we can kind of move on with this one. The master conversation for master instructor's license, I believe we need to somehow call them, have it on the next agenda, call a meeting for it, because I think we're going to run into a lot of problems with that, because I know that there's instructors that's instructing throughout the country and our state calling themselves master educators because they have the master training from My Lady and whatever other curriculums that offer that. That's another subject. So I understand she's been charged with using master instructor as a license, but she's also teaching. We're not sure, board, how many of those individuals had license or not. She could be a non-licensed instructor teaching a class. But I think because she's offering and people are paying, the intent is there. They're paying, they're funding because they believe they're being trained by a master educator. And we just need to tailor and define this at a different time. But at this point, she is definitely, to me, offering this service. And we don't know how many of those individuals are not licensed. Or in school, learning her way and forgot all about the school way because she is the master probably over a lot of nail instructors, you know? We don't know this. It's what they're paying for. It's misleading to me. So go right ahead, McCormick.
I'm sorry, I may have missed this, but does anyone know why she did not show today? Was there an emergency or?
We have received no word as to that I know of.
Okay, so but proper notice and all of that is always given. And I just think that as you said, Madam President, like we do not want to hold up just the process at all, but she would need to join that conversation. And I think that it should be considered also that she did not show up to give us any kind of narrative. And I do believe that we should probably move forward, Madam President.
I don't have any other comment. Any other comments by any other board member before I call for a motion?
Madam President, this is Justin. Just wanted to, I guess, confirm that I believe Member Harris already made a motion previously and I don't want to misspeak, but correct me if I'm wrong, Member Harris, but you already made the motion to deny the petition, correct?
Yeah, but we didn't get a second.
Right. I just wanted to make sure that's out there. If there was no second to it,
Teal Latrell McCormick, I second that motion.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Practitioner number 8, is it Thai Throng Sky Nails S-12514? Is it Thai Throng?
Yes, it's me.
Can you, what you got going? Your music? Okay. Can I have you sworn in, please?
You want me swear?
Okay.
Yeah, swear tell all the truth.
No, Ty, hold on. Okay, first of all, can you cut your radio down or something down in the background because it's making loud noise and we can't hear you?
Hold on. Nhiều quá, bỏ bớt. Bên này nữa.
Okay, you've been waiting all this time. Now you're not ready.
Okay, now.
Ready now? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have you sworn in, okay?
Yeah, because my first time doing this, I never know before.
That's okay. That's okay.
I just try the best I can do.
Okay, just 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Executive Director, can we have Ty Throng sworn in, please?
Yes, ma'am. Do you swear that the testimony you give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I swear tell all the truth, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so now you're here before us. You want to talk to us and let us know what you're here for today?
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thai Trung, the owner of Sky Nail. I got the fine of the $1,000 because the inspector say that the nail tech didn't open the door for him when he come inspection the shop. I asked her and she thought that it was an unfortunate misunderstanding had occurred. She is diabetes, so hungry and dizzy that time, and she locked the door when she eating. And a gentleman come and pulled the door twice and left. She thought that it was the customer. She was eating, so she didn't open the door because she was worried contact with another people when she eating because the COVID-19, everybody's scared, When eating, you should not contact with the people during the outbreak of epidemic. So please, the cosmetology board consider and remove the file for me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you also know that during the epidemic COVID-19, we have the hard time. Please help us. So we can survive the toughest times. So we all go to. I sincerely appreciate what you can do for me. I ask the gods to bless you guys and wish you peaceful and happy day living in love and forgiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your I'm not getting stuck here for explaining your side of the story. So, but now we have to hear from our compliance department exactly what happened, because we have to hear the other side.
Yes.
Okay, can you present for us, Maggie, please?
Maggie, it's Leah. I think you're on mute.
Just my day to be on mute, I guess. I apologize. When the inspector approached the salon, he found the licensee there. And can you see the screen now? And you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. So through the door, the inspector saw the licensee standing there. He knocked on the door. The licensee looked at him and then walked away. So the salon was open. You can see the TV was on, stations are ready to go. It was during business hours. He had just been at that salon on 6/22, gone back there to do another inspection. And the licensee looked at him, recognized him, I would think. He is pretty distinctive, and then turned away and walked away with the door locked. So we issued a citation for refusing to allow the board to perform an inspection. Because often people are eating lunch during inspections. There is typically somebody, it's going to be eating lunch at the time. I believe there was a client in there as well, but the door was locked and he could not get in.
Okay. I think I had a question about, this was a re-inspection or this was just another routine inspection?
I'd have to double check, but I think there might have been a complaint it was a complaint inspection. So there was an inspection that happened 6/22, and then we went back in based on a complaint.
Is there anything, have we had any complaints, any illegal activity or unlicensed, no text, any calls, any emails?
There was, and I'm just gonna clarify, there was a complaint that there were no masks being worn as per the governor's directive, which is why we went back in.
Okay.
So that was why we went in for a second inspection.
Okay. Any other comments from any of the other board members? Can I get a motion, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to uphold the citation for license number N-9429.
Taylor Trail McCormick, I second that.
Board member Stanton, just for clarity, I think you may have mistaken the wrong license number.
Right, I was getting ready to say that.
Okay, this one is S12514, just so for the record, we're sure that you wanted that one to be upheld.
Yes, I would like to amend my first motion. Apologize, it was right under. I would like to deny the petition for Eden Beauty Salon on S-15049.
Taylor Trail McCormick, I second that.
All in favor?
Wait, member Chair Brimo, before the board is called, I believe, member Stanton, you called out Eden Beauty Salon.
Was it that the number that was just stated?
I believe we're on Sky Nails, member Stanton, not Eden.
It's practitioner number 8.
I apologize, my pad scrolls. This is ongoing for me. I'd like to amend the motion. And for petition licensee S-12514 to deny the petition. Apologize for the last two discrepancies.
Second,
Tia Latrell McCormick, I second that.
Thank you.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Thai. If you have any difficulties in making the payment, you can contact board staff and they could possibly assist you with an arrangement if possible.
So can you tell me what's going on?
Yes, the motion was just made to uphold the decision because when the board comes to your establishment and someone's there, you have to acknowledge them.
Yeah, I just have a question because some people when they're hungry, so this time the COVID-19 most very important. Everybody is scared about you might get sick, so that's the reason she concerned about herself because that time she worked by herself. She locked the door for eating because she the diabetic person and
Yes.
she high blood pressure too. So
Yes,
and
I
she
understand. Excuse me,
yeah,
I understand. But
she
you know
need
what, Mr. Ty, the next time you don't have to open the door. Just walk up to the door, and then say I'm eating, and then they can show their inspection. So you still have to. You don't have to open the door. You can just walk up to the door to acknowledge that person. Because if it was a customer, just say that we're closed right now. But if it's the state, anybody, any kind of state agency in our state came to inspect, and he just could have showed who he was, and you can acknowledge him and open the door. You don't have to open it for any other person. But if you had any problems making that final payment, because you're going to have to make the payment. So if you don't have if you need arrangements, whatever that may look like, you can always contact the board staff, okay?
because that
I understand. We understand.
that's very hard for us this time. That the COVID.
That's why you can make a payment arrangement.
Then
they'll give you a payment
still,
arrangement.
You still find me like that, so that I think that's that I get sick about that.
Okay,
Because
Leah, is Leah available?
I get sick about that.
Hold on, Ty. Hold on. Leah's going to talk to you and tell you how you can come in the office.
Yeah, so he can give us a call. We can work out a payment arrangement. We also have Lisa Wynn in this meeting, and she'd also be glad to reach out to you afterwards to kind of give you an overview of what happened today, possibly set up a payment arrangement that works for you.
Lisa Nguyen, Compliance Specialist, Madam President. Can I talk to him in Vietnamese? Just one sentence?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I am going to tell him that I will call him after this meeting and will make an arrangement regarding the payment plan with him. And if he has any questions, I can explain further to him. I will talk to him in Vietnamese right now. Anh Thái Trương ơi, kết quả là người ta deny người ta từ chối cái petition của mình. Rồi sau cái buổi này nếu mà mình có câu hỏi gì thì Lisa sẽ giải thích cho anh biết, hoặc là mình muốn trả từ từ mỗi tháng 50 đồng cũng được, nhưng mà sẽ làm cái payment plan để cho mình trả tiền phạt, không có cần phải trả ngay lập tức.
Tức là họ từ chối, họ không có tha cho mình hả?
Dạ không có đồng ý là bỏ cái phạt này.
Cái đó là nó làm vậy thì
Anh giải thích cái gì anh nói chuyện với Lisa sao ha, tại vì bây giờ thời gian không có nha, anh thông cảm tại còn rất nhiều người sau mình đang chờ.
Sao không chờ, nói nó giảm bớt được không?
Dạ không, ta đã trả lời anh rồi.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sad to hear that. You not reduce a little bit for me, and you guys put 1,000. That's too much. You're going to kill me.
But you didn't open the door. Mr. Ty, she's going to call you from our board office, and they'll explain to you why. Okay. They'll explain why we have to uphold the law. We have to uphold the law as well.
Because I asked the nail tech, she thought that the customer, she didn't know that him, that's the reason. Because
Okay.
we you have to give us the chance. So I mean that you don't give us any chance. So because
We did
everybody
give you
can
a
make
chance.
mistake.
Mr. Ty, we're gonna have to
Yes.
move on to the next person. The board staff is gonna call you. And if you don't like the decision, you can always get back on for the next agenda. And then maybe if you have something else different that you can bring before the board. But right now is if you don't open your door and they see you inside the building, you don't have to open your door. All you can do is walk up to the door and say, we're closed, I'm eating. And then you could have seen that it was a state inspector, but somebody's at the board office staff is gonna call you, okay? And if you have something else different, you can always come back and give us the new information.
She say that she saw him that the McDonald's. She said she eat it. You saw
Okay.
that the picture?
Well, we have to bring something else different before the staff, and then they'll put you back on the agenda, but we have to have something different. Okay? All right, thank you. Thank
So,
you.
thank you. You cannot do anything for help
Not,
me.
we can't do anything today unless you have something else different. So the board staff is gonna give you a call. If you have something else different, you can come back before us again and bring the new information, okay?
Oh, that's so sad. I hope.
No, you bring the new information. And then we
Because
can talk to you
I'm
again.
waiting yesterday
We have
until
to,
now
we
to
have
see
to
this.
move on. I understand. Bring the information. If you have new information, give it to staff. You can come back. I promise you, you can come back to the board. But right now we have to move on, okay? You have to bring us new information. Thank you.
Thank you, baby.
Okay, can we go on to petitioner number 9?
If I may, President Frango, this is Maggie Adams, Compliance Specialist. This next petition is actually the individual who was in the salon at the time and who actually shut the door and locked it, or who locked the door and walked away, just for a little background.
Okay. Okay, so can we have, is it Anahi? Mr. Ty, where's Anahi? I see Anahi, I see her iPad. Anahi?
Is it on?
No, she is on.
No, her name is On. On, are you present?
Is it Anahi? I thought it looks like, is it on or Anahi? On?
Antron.
Antron. I apologize for that. License number N9429. Can we swear you in, please?
Yes, I'm here.
You
I tell the
swear-
truth.
Do you swear that the testimony you give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? Did you understand what I said?
Yes, I understand what you say. I tell you the truth.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Today you come before the board to present your case to us. You're asking for a fine reduction. Can you explain to us what you're asking?
Yeah, because like by that day, Adam, she came in and I thought that he the client and I'm eating and I diabetes and high blood pressure and the door was locked before. But you know, like Maggie, she just talking, look like I came and locked the door when I see him. No, I thought he the client. And outside we got like, you know, like the big number you can call to make an appointment. We don't take any walk-in. I thought he the walk-in customer and I got diabetes and I got high blood pressure. I need to eat and take the medicine. I feel dizzy and I got high blood pressure and diabetes. You know, I cannot die in any minute if I don't take the medicine.
We don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and then I saw him. I thought him the client. That's why I didn't open the door. And you see in the picture, he took with me. I'm eating with my hand in the McDonald. I show him. I say I'm eating, so no customer. I do like that. I don't take any customer, and I show him the McDonald up. I say I'm eating, and I try to go put the McDonald in the back kitchen, and then I can open the door, but he already left. I didn't know that him is the inspector. I thought he the client, just client, and wear a mask. You don't know who is it, and by the time you eating without a mask, you cannot open the door.
Thank you all. I believe there's some questions from some board members.
If I may
That's
just quickly.
all true, and the door was locked before he came in. I didn't come and lock the door and didn't answer him.
If I may, President Bramo, I did misspeak. The door is apparently always locked, which is in a situation that I spoke to the county licensing and city licensing, and that doors are not allowed to be locked during business hours.
Yeah, but I'm eating, and then the COVID-19 too, with a lot of stuff like before that, some black girls came and harassed, and she put it online, so they call me like 3 weeks, 1 month, to call like Black Lives Matter, so I so scared. I work there alone. I told my boss, I say I want to quit over there, but I worked there 16 years, and I have to work to survive.
So as I mentioned previously, Inspector Scarpelli went to the salon in July or June and issued about $700 in citations. He had his badge on when he was at the door. So all the inspectors wear a badge identifying themselves as board inspectors. He went in and as he did previously, they did not open the door. That's what the
yeah,
citation
because
was.
I am in the bathroom by that time, and the client sit in the in the couch. They didn't open the door. I have to lock. I work alone. I lock the door. I am inside the bathroom. But back in the day, when he came in June,
So there was a client in there, as if because they were open for business, and the door was locked, and the inspector was not allowed in, and that's why the citation was issued. The board can rule in any way they want. But the inspector walked in or tried to get in. There was a client there. There was a licensee there. He was not allowed access. That's why the citation was written.
So there was a licensee, and Ah is a licensee. Is this the same establishment that we've had like unlicensed activity ever called in before? Because I'm not understanding the reason why, if you were licensed, and nobody else was in there but you.
There actually was a client.
And the inspector had, okay, you were the client, and the inspector had his badge. Did you ever go to the door to see if it was an inspector or not?
No, I didn't. I hold the McDonald, and I show him. I say I thought that the man client. So I say like I'm meeting, and I caught my hand like that. I say no customer, no walk-in. So, and then I try to go in the kitchen and put the food so I can open the door and talk to them, because I didn't wear a mask or anything. I was eating.
I can defer to Inspector.
Excuse me.
I'm free eating.
Okay, just hold on 1 second. Okay, we'll let you speak. But first, we have to hear from our compliance, Miss Maggie.
I can infer to or defer to Inspector Scarpelli if he wants to recount the same thing that I just said, if you want to hear directly from him.
It's up to the other board members. I think I'm already.
Please help me. It did COVID-19. We don't make any effort. We don't make any money to survive. We got all customer gone because first thing they cut off the money.
Excuse me, okay, we understand. We heard that part a couple times, but let me just hear. I think we should hear from our inspector, Mr. Scarpelli.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, my question to you is, when you went to that establishment, how long had you been at the door? And is your badge visible where they normally could see that you were an inspector or somebody with the badge?
Yes, I wear my badge up around where the collar is of the shirt. I can walk you through what happened that day. I mean, I can go through it and you can hear my version of what I went up to the front door, pulled on the door. It was locked, which it's locked every time we go. So I didn't think anything different, just knocked on the door. I saw that there was a client sitting on the left-hand side of the entrance, and then on the right-hand side was the licensee. She got up, she looked at me. It seemed like she recognized me, and she went to the back of the establishment.
No, I didn't recognize
the
you. I
left
talked
side.
to the client.
Excuse me, you can't
I'm
speak.
sorry.
Okay.
So I just watched her. I knocked a couple more times, but as she walked into the back on the left-hand side.
Wait, David, this is Gary Landry. I need to swear you in before you continue on with your testimony.
Oh, okay.
Do you swear that the testimony you gave prior and the testimony you're going to give from this point forward is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for that, Director Landry.
So she went to the left-hand side, kind of where I guess the break area is. She came back out. I expected her to maybe come open up the door, and she went straight to the phone and made a phone call. And I just stood there, knocked again. She never came. So I left. And then when I left, went back to the car.
No, you didn't knock again.
I made a phone call to the office to see how to move forward with this. And that was the recommendation that I got, was to write up the citation.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from any of the board members?
He just pulled the door one time only, miss. Yeah. He
Excuse me.
didn't knock the door again.
I
Not
know,
at all.
excuse me, I'm asking for board members that may have any questions for you. So you're asking for a fine reduction. Board members, can I get a board member to make a motion, please? Or any questions?
This is Board Member Kai Stanton. I would like to make a motion to deny the petition for license holder N-9429.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So if you have any maybe difficulties, I don't know if you need some assistance in making payment arrangement due to COVID-19, you can contact the board office and they will be glad to even,
Can you guys
assist you.
forgive it for me of that? Because, I couldn't afford it, even like, $50 or $100, I am dead now, like we don't make any money that much.
Well,
and like he say he go come back in the second time, he pulled the door second time. No, that's not true. He just pulled the door and then he left.
Well,
I don't agree with that. The inspector, he didn't open the door. He didn't pull the door second time at all.
Can I speak, please? You can always, this is what I'm going to say to you. You can always go back to the board office and file a new petition and bring some new information back. whatever that new information may be, then we can hear it again. But based on the
What you mean new
information,
information? Because I
but
always tell you the truth.
based
He
on the,
just pulled the door only one time, but he told all the small member over there, he pulled the door twice time. No, he didn't. I swear to God.
oh, okay, based on that information that you said, you can bring that back to us. But from the information that we had, the board made a
You see
decision
all the
already.
picture you guys have. I handed the, the McDonald back on my hand. That's the truth I told you guys. I'm eating.
Okay, ma'am, this is Justin Taruk. I'm Deputy Attorney General. The board has already voted on your matter. So if there's any additional information that you have, then please present it in a new petition. But at this point, it's already been ruled upon, so we have to move on, okay?
I'm not agree with that because he say he come back and pull the door on the second time. No, I don't see him at all.
Okay, so if that's the information you want to bring back, go back to the board staff and file another petition, and you can come back before the board with that information. You have that right, but now it's been voted on, and until you do that, we have to move on to the next person. But it doesn't mean that you can't come back. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't see it make any sense when I tell the truth and he didn't tell the truth.
Okay.
He just pulled the door only one time.
Okay,
And
so
left.
on.
Yes.
Okay, we have to go to the next person now. I just gave you the information. If you want to do that, to come back before us again, you can with that information, whatever that information that you have that you didn't present today. You have the opportunity to come back, but now I have to go to the next person. I'm going to have to cut you off. Okay, so contact the board office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Practitioner number 10, Eden Beauty Salon, license number S15049. Are you here? Eden Beauty Salon?
No, Eden.
Okay. Can I get a motion to dismiss?
This is Kai Stanton. I'd like to make a motion to dismiss petition S-15049.
Can I get a second, please?
Douglas, board member, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Practitioner number 11 is Lisa's Hair Design. License number S13385. Are you present today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can I have you sworn in, please?
Yes.
Board member Douglas, can I mention something?
Yes.
Did you say we're on number 11?
No.
Petition 11?
Yeah, we have petitioner number 11.
Okay, I know Lisa was number 12. I see Ruby Davis for number 11.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I didn't see that one.
Member Harris, Ruby Davis on ours is number 15.
Yeah, because Lisa's in number 11 is Lisa's Hair Design.
Okay, mine says Ruby Davis. Okay, no problem.
Okay, let's see. Let's find out where Ruby Davis is.
Miss Davis is number 15. So right now we're at Lisa.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, so number 11, we're at Lisa's Hair Design Practitioner Salon, license number 13385. So you're present, Maria, and we would like to have you sworn in.
Yes.
Executive Landry, can you swear Lisa in, please?
Do you swear that the testimony you give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Okay, you can speak now to the board.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you for your time. And then I'd like to start off by saying that I've had my license for 32 years and I've never received a citation. I'm very proud of that. And unfortunately, there was a situation with my mother, who was the previous owner of Lisa's Hair Design, who was in the hospital during this whole time with the citation. So she had surgery done on the Friday before I was issued the citation. So I did not work. So I went in and I worked on Saturday, and I did a couple of people that I absolutely could not get out of rescheduling. And so I did them. As a result, I did not put my brushes that I had used in a dirty container to be cleaned, because I was in a hurry to get back to see her in the hospital before visitation was not allowed. I don't work on Sunday or Monday, and they came in to do the inspection on Monday. My plan was to attend my business early Tuesday before I started working for the day, and clean and do all of the sanitation that needed to be done before I started work. Like I said, it was very unusual circumstances. It's not something that I ever do. I always take care of everything at the end of the day. But because my mom had had major surgery on Friday, I was just out of sorts. And so I just left everything and planned on coming in early on Tuesday to clean it. The salon is technically closed on Sunday and Monday, but one of the girls had a couple of people that she had to do that Monday because she was going to be going out of town that week. And that's why she was the only one working that day. But normally it's a day that it's closed. And so they had a couple of debris brushes, I believe, at my station. And then I was informed by the manicurist that was working that she also, the inspector, got down onto the ground searching the very bottom of the manicure station and found, I think, an old file. I didn't even remember that was in there. It could have been one that fell out of a drawer and fell towards the back. I don't know where that came from. I use disposable individual squares and throw them out as I go. So I'm asking for either leniency with a reduction, or even better, to have the citations removed based on record that nothing has been an issue for me ever before, and this was very unusual circumstances.
Thank you. Maggie, the board will need to hear from Maggie as well on the situation.
And I am no longer on mute, so I've got that figured out. All right.
Okay.
So there was a citation issue. It was not issued for brushes. It was issued for used nail files that were not disposed of. And as the petition states, I neglected to throw away my used nail files. So these were the nail files that were found. The citation was issued based on having these used nail files. There was a previous client's review issued to the salon.
That's
for
not
buffers
mine, though.
showing-
That's for one of the other manicurists. That's not my station. I share my station with one of the other cosmetologists because we're full cosmetologists. So we do hair and nails as well. The previous one that is issued, that was a warning that was given to her, which is why I couldn't understand why I was not given one. And this is the lady that was actually present working that day when the other citation was given. The reason I bring up the brushes is because the nail files were issued to the salon, and the brushes were issued to me personally as on my license, which is Maria I. Garcia. They were all done on the same day when, again, like I said, I was not there. And so we weren't sure whose files had been left behind and, maybe stored or dropped into a drawer incorrectly. So I'm sorry, I must have had I thought we were going over the brushes, not realizing that that's why this is issued to the salon and the brushes were issued to me personally.
So which citation would you like to petition for?
So are you, okay, we here for 2 citations, or we here for 1 citation with the nail files?
If I
We
don't
just-
misunderstand, there's a total of 3. And 2 were for the hair, my hair station, which is Maria Isabel Garcia. And then 1 was issued to the salon, which is Lisa's Hair Design, which is the nail files.
So the petition that we received is for this citation. 3, I keep losing it, I apologize.
This is Justin. So Maggie's just pointing out that that's the violation number that we're currently talking about. If Ms. Garcia has 2 other ones, I would recommend not talking about those today because those are not on your agenda.
Oh, okay. I thought that for some reason, I assumed that they were all going to be dealt with on the same day. I didn't realize each one would have a separate day or a separate appearance. I just assumed that they would all be on the same day.
I believe this is the only.
So today we're talking about, Maggie, today's citation we're talking about right now is for the nail files, right?
Correct. This is, to my understanding, this is the only petition that we have so far.
Yes. Okay. All right. Then, like I said, I guess the other one will come. Since they were issued on the same day, I assumed they were the same day. Well, then getting back to this one, I again ask respectfully for a reduction if possible on the fine, only because they were very extenuating circumstances. That's not something I normally do. Everything is disposed of and cleaned at the end of the day. So normally nothing is left behind that shouldn't be, whether it's put in the trash or it's disinfected or it's put in a dirty bin. That is done at the end of my day. But because I was in a hurry to leave, that did not occur that day.
I think the board understands that one, but this is the only citation so far.
Okay.
Yes,
So
this is the only site that we issued this citation to the salon. And again, there was a previous citation issued to the salon because there was a buffer that was also, or not a citation, a compliance review. So there was a warning issued previously.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you, Maggie, for clarification.
President Bramo?
Yes?
This is Gary Landry. I just want to make a comment. The owner has to submit another petition. These won't just come up for review. If she wants the other citations reviewed, she'll have to submit another petition to review.
I did for each email that I received. So each one came in as an individual email, and it had an option to click on it if you wanted to have it reviewed or dispute it. And I clicked on each one, I thought, and submitted that for each one.
We only have a record of you doing it one time for S13385, and that's what the petition is for the.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that information.
Okay.
Okay, so just to get clarification, the other petitions that were submitted for review was to be submitted for review and not disputed, or I'm kind of confused how we're going to do the petitions, or were they reviews?
We only have the one petition, so that's the one we're going to deal with right now. If Ms. Garcia wants to submit another petition, she can for the other citations.
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. Any other board members have a question before I call for a motion? Can I get a motion, please? Hello? Can I get a motion? Lisa's Hair Design, license number S13385.
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to deny the petition for S-13385.
Ms. Douglas, board member, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Bramo, petition number 12, Nicolette Tucker for New York Hair Co. I just received an email, is no longer on the call. So you can, I guess, choose to dismiss or table. This was moved from 2 other board meetings, from the 14th and the 28th.
So were they going to reschedule?
It's up to you. You asked at the last board meeting, there was a vote that we not move them again. So I guess if you're going to make a decision to allow them to reappear, we would need to expressly state that.
Any other comments for New York Hair? Because that was a citation.
Yes, you can move to deny, and then they'd have to come and petition again to be heard again, and they'd have to present new evidence. The evidence that they've presented is in the packet, and you can rule on that. This is Executive Director Landry.
Yes, thank you. Can I get a motion for practitioner. Is it Nicolette Marie Tucker, license number S8966, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to make a motion for Miss Marie Tucker on license S-8966 for the petition to be denied.
Douglas, board member, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Petitioner number 13 is in Melissa Snyder, license number C41813. How are you today? Can I have you sworn in, please?
Yes, Madam President.
You swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
So I'm here today to petition the citations that I received about a year ago over at the nursing home salon that I was working for. I believe it was Prestige at Mira Loma. The inspector came in on a Thursday where nobody was there, but the maintenance on staff for the nursing home let her in, which I should have known. It was kind of iffy to me to work there because everybody, the staff wise, has a key to that salon. And I've caught people using the sink, using the towels and just draping the towels over the chairs. I've come in on days where I'm like, this is not how I left it. I was actually in the hospital since the end of September last year. I went into urgent care for bronchitis. They gave me some antibiotics that put me into kidney failure. So I was literally in the hospital with only 2% of my kidneys working for about a week and a half. I was told that state board came in and the owner manager, she sat there and told me, oh yeah, like they got me for my rollers and this and that. And your nail stuff was all messed up. And I was like, well, I haven't even been there. How is my nail stuff, being used? She then proceeded to tell me I still owed her the rent and I needed to pay her. And I was like, I'm not working right now. She goes, oh, and I did so-and-so's client. Oh, I filed one of your nail, a client came in and she said she was really like, I guess her nail was bothering her. So she kind of, filed it for me or whatever. But I don't know. I asked her, can you work with me? I can't pay the rent because I haven't been working. You've been doing my clients. And she proceeded to tell me like, absolutely not, that I owed her the money. And she was going to keep all of my stuff, including my license, until I gave her the money. So I had my friend go down to the salon. I'm in the hospital, mind you. I'm at St. Rose. And one of the staff members at the front office, and they packed up my stuff, and I left her the key, and I said I was done because I was not there. I was not present. I was like, we were closed, but everybody has a key to that salon door, and how they are able to go in and out. I believe
Melissa, yeah. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Before we speak with Maggie, because you're denying this petition that we had established in the September meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you came before us in September.
No, I had to cancel it because I was.
Oh, you canceled it.
Yes,
okay,
I have it on text messages. I've canceled the last 2 times because I've been in and out of the hospital after my health has spiraled down bad. So I'm no longer do hair. I do like to keep my license up to date because I am licensed in California as well as Nevada.
Okay.
I've been doing it since I was 18 years old.
Okay.
So this is
my question to you before I speak with Maggie. So if you're working there at the nursing home salon, right?
Yes, I was.
And you, okay, that's where all this occurred.
Yes.
And you're the only person that hold a license there?
No, there is another, the owner or manager, however you want to call it, she actually owns the business license there, and she owns a hair license.
So
She
you
actually
have
got
your own
fined for her
station.
hair.
So you had your own station.
Yes, I have my own hair station, and I had the manicuring table, which being that they're, you know, out there in age and they've had medical problems, clients that are diabetic, I would not clip their nails, because you're not supposed to use metal implements on, you know, diabetics. You know, you use the orange wood stick to push back their cuticles, things like that. They would get mad at me, and Kathy, the manager owner, she would sit there and like, oh, just do it. And I'm like, absolutely not.
Okay, so I think what I'm trying to get to is that you're here today to tell us that somebody used your station, your hair station, your nail station, with all these photos, that all this stuff occurred when you weren't there, when you were in the hospital.
Right.
So you were actually in the hospital when all this happened?
I believe so. I remember the dates, but I believe I sent over some pictures of the discharge paper from when I was in the hospital.
Okay, we should have that. Can we hear, we want to hear from Maggie, and then if the board has questions, they'll talk back with you, okay? But we need to hear from Maggie now.
Okay.
Okay.
President Bramo, can you give me just one moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Maggie, I know I gave you a lot of other documents as well.
That's okay. They have been uploaded to the board pack, everything that you sent over, all the pictures that you sent over. So let me get back to the beginning. All right, so the citations were issued on 9/26 of 2019. It is a nursing home, as Ms. Snyder said. The process for a nursing home is that the inspectors have to check in at the front. It's not like a Sola salon where we can just walk in and go to the salon, or a strip mall salon where we just walk in and walk up to the salon. They have to check in at the front desk and then be led back to the salon. So that occurred. When the inspector went in, they found the following implements that were left, single-use items, definitely showing sign of use. There's a nail clipper with skin on it, multiple files used. And again, each one of these were issued, this collection was issued as a $100 citation, not as each one being an individual offense.
Okay.
The brushes as well were found at that station. The citation was issued 9/26. Part of the documentation that Ms. Snyder sent over was a receipt for a manicure, and it was 9/25. So this was the day after, or the day before the citation was issued. The manager whom she speaks of is not the owner of the salon.
No, wait, I'm so sorry. 9/18 is the manicure. That was the last time that I was there. There was a shampoo set. I went in the day before, and I literally had to leave after that shampoo. The SS is a shampoo set for $25. I literally had to leave after that because there was no way I could do it with the pain in my stomach, because that was right before I found out I had kidney failure.
Okay, so from the 9/18 pedicure then, or manicure, those, we have the shampoo set on the 25th, but these nail files were found on the 26th. So if the service was on the 18th for the manicure, these were still there on the 26th. Was the day.
But on the 25th, Maggie, on the 25th, it says that there was a hair service. Did you do that hair service, Melissa?
Did I do? Yes, I did a hair service on the 25th with my own personal stuff, like because I don't use her. It's a curl shampoo set, basically curling iron.
Okay, hold that thought. So on the 25th, if you did that, Maggie, when was that citation written for hair?
On the 26th. The citations were issued on the 26th.
That was not my citation. That was
okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. I just wanted to know, because if you did a client on the 25th, then the next day was the 26th. What day was you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital that Friday. I went to urgent care that Friday, and then they sent me.
What date was
home.
that?
Was at the 27th, and then I was in the hospital that Sunday night. They admitted
So you
me.
never came, so you never came back to work?
No. There was no, I never went back to work. And that was the end of it, because I had a, you know, an argument with her over the phone because I told her I was in the hospital.
Okay, do we have hospital documentation, Maggie?
I believe they were submitted to the board pack. I did not put them on because
Okay,
I was leery of putting hospital due to HIPAA.
right, exactly.
The point being is that if she was in the establishment on the 25th and performing a hair service, all of these things were found on the 26th.
Right.
So at that point,
that
all
Okay, excuse me,
honestly,
Melissa,
I'm
Melissa,
sorry.
we gotta let Maggie speak, okay?
Okay, sorry.
so at some point, no matter when the nail service happened, which was prior to that, at some point, these items should have been either disposed of on the 25th when you were there. So they wouldn't have been found on the 26th. That's part of it. And we're seeing multiple things. So the board can choose and choose to alter these citations as you wish. But if you were present there on the 26th and the nail service happened on the 18th, there was plenty of time for these items to be disposed of properly. And if it was just one shampoo and set, there's a lot here.
That's not my son. That was the manager's.
It was in your station?
For hair.
Was that
It
the
was the
manager
manager's
station or
for
was it
hair.
your station?
No, the manager
There were
was the one
cita-
that got written up for hair.
So each
All-
station had a license and that's
Yes,
where
ma'am.
so that's where the citation was issued to that station, that license, what was found there.
So maybe if there was more than one citation, Melissa, and you're not aware of it, but that citation was written at your station.
There were other
Because that's where
citations.
I believe the hair was found. The hair was found at your station, and then with your nail station, from my understanding, is on the 18th, but you didn't leave until you were still there on the 25th, looked like, when you did the hairstyle.
Yes, when I did the hairstyle, I was there
Okay.
and I brushed everything out. Like I said, that salon was very iffy because
Okay.
everybody had a key to it. So they would come in and use my things. Like I said, I was
know.
never
I
aware.
do understand that. I do understand that. I think we all understand that because people do like to use other people's supplies and use their stations, especially when they're not there. But I'm just
Right.
I'm trying to gather the time you were there.
Yes, I was there.
Because-
I didn't even touch my monitoring station because I had cleaned it up the last time I used it, which was the 18th, and I never even double checked it, never went over there. I came in to do the hairstyle on the little old lady and cleaned up my area, and I left because I was in so much pain. Like I could barely
I
even walk.
understand. I know that makes it difficult because, you know, somebody used your station, but that's your station. And then those things were there, but I understand, but we still have to make sure that we follow health and safety and sanitation, and nobody knows
absolutely.
that because you weren't there. Nobody knows that you didn't check that station before you left. The inspectors don't know somebody else used your station. So, I mean, that makes it kind of, iffy kind of, but that's all I have. Any other board members have any other questions or comments before we make a call for a motion? Okay, I would like to call for a motion, please.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to uphold the following citations.
This is Kai Stanton. I'd like to second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we're gonna uphold, the board has made a vote to uphold the citation, Melissa. And we understand, but it's the law. When they come, nobody knows your side of the story when they're there because they have to look out for the health and safety of the public. So if you have
Right,
any
which
like
is-
difficulties, any difficulties in making the payment, the board is there too to support you as well, so that they will assist you in a payment arrangement.
Right, I have one up. It's just the last couple of months have been really hard because
Okay, will you
I was
contact
waiting on my Social
the board
Security.
staff? They're understanding. Contact the board staff.
Okay.
I'm sure somehow they want to make sure you stay working. So contact them for any arrangements and let them know, reach out to them and see what they can do to help you get an arrangement. Or
Right. No,
extend your
I
arrangement.
appreciate your time. And like I said, this was the reason why I left there because, you know, the fact that, you know, State Board came in and there was no salon. I mean, the maintenance guy came in and just left her there. That he just opened the door for her and walked away.
I understand. I do. We understand. Okay, the staff and the board understand. So they're willing to work with you. So if you need an extension, talk to them about whatever those issues may be to see how they can extend it.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam
Okay,
President.
take care.
You have a great weekend.
All right, bye-bye. You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Board Chair Bramo, this is Leah Easter. So petitioner number 14, Miss Blue, will not be present today. She told us in advance. She's been moved now twice. She submitted a letter that you have in board pack in lieu of appearing today.
So you're talking about petitioner number 14?
That's correct. C35787.
So we're gonna put it on another agenda, or you've already resolved it?
You can decide the case based on what you have in board pack, but just to let you know, she's not on the call. She submitted that letter instead of being on the call today.
Okay, I got you. Any questions for, or any comments before we call for a motion? So the letter is a new letter because we moved this from last board meeting, right?
That's correct. You've moved it now twice, but the letter was recently added prior to this petition. The letter, I think it might be dated, but we got it maybe a couple weeks ago and put it in your packet.
It's the last document item in her petition.
Right. Okay, I remember this one. Can I call for a motion, please? Or any comments?
This is Board Member McCormick. I would like to make a motion to deny the request for a fine reduction for petition C-35787.
Can I get a second, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Practitioner number 15, Ruby Davis, license number C5929. Can I have you sworn in, please?
Yes, you can.
You swear that the testimony you're going to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you. You
Thank
can go ahead
you.
and speak, Ms. Davis.
Madam President, and to the board, in the 57 years in the beauty industry, to get a citation, there's changes every day. But since this citation was did due to some mess of the business next door, and when the inspector came out, she didn't give me a citation. When the city came out, they didn't give me a citation. No, let me back. When the first inspector came out, she didn't give me a citation. Then about 2 or 3 days later, another inspector came out. He didn't say he was giving me a citation. I got the citation in August. When it came to the shop, it was before everything closed down in March. If the citation was issued like it should have been issued, no problem. My floors are washable tile floors, not no upgrade tile like at that you all's building, but they are tile floors. You didn't inspect dust-free cabinet for tiles. He wanted to tell me about all the stuff I had in the shop. I have license for everything I do in the shop. And as far as protecting the public, I always have followed infectious control. And when we get into that, we want to bring cosmetology from general science, because general science, you're going to deal with zoology, biology, botany, and physics. We need to go under microbiology, human perspective, because like this virus, it have been so much said about this virus, but under coronavirus, that's under a miscellaneous virus. According to, I was scheduled to do epidemiology, and according to that, that's under miscellaneous virus. But there's another virus that killed millions and millions of people, which was nucleic acid. And we as cosmetology, if we keep up, like it was said by the master educators, Madam President, you know, there is first unit, 12 units to be a master educator. So as licensee, it need more education put before these licensees, these beauty suppliers, and all of these household technicians. The fine that I have, fine, but it's the way it was presented to me. Thanks, board members and Madam President.
Thank you. I think so. My question to you before we have Maggie to present for us, Ms. Davis.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were saying in your comment that you don't have a problem with the fine, you have a problem with the way that it was presented.
Yes.
So can I ask you a question about that? So
yes,
in your establishment, because it sounds like you feel like with the you've been picked on or something like that.
I would say next door, we're all on the same water line. And if they are throwing their grease into the line, it has a problem with all the other businesses. So
are you, let me ask you this question and hold your thought right there. So
Okay.
are you licensed as a salon establishment? And do
Yes.
you sell like you say you had other businesses in your business, or you do different kinds of businesses in one is what you, because I'm trying to get some clarity of the pictures.
Yes, that's it. I am licensed as a establishment for cosmetology. I am licensed for wholesale retail also. So that means when board was called out, now they didn't come out when it was time to check license, but when board was called out, it was from my next door business, because I told them about themselves being sitting in the front of their business, smoking weed, and that's trifling. And she gonna haul off and say, oh, I can say you got too much stuff up in your shop.
Because that's what I was wondering, if you did more than one business. That was my question. Because I was trying to get across, are you doing multiple businesses, and one business is what's creating this problem or this issue we having today, or discussion? you know, because you've already saying that it's okay about the fine. I'm just trying to feel, if you're gonna continue to do multiple businesses under one business, then how do we fix it?
Well, I have multiple business because some of the things that I have in here, I am a hair entertainer that I do hair shows. And
Okay,
that means some of my big nice pieces that I had all over everywhere, clothes that I might need to go to church that I don't have time to go home. I have those in the back.
That's what I want to ask Maggie. I want to find out, Maggie, me personally, as a board member, want to find out how can we fix it with Miss Davis, because she has a place where she does multiple things under one, and I think this is the outlook of the photos. It's because everything's done in one. So can we distinguish what part is the salon part section?
Thank you. I think my understanding is the fact that there are other businesses in that salon is actually honestly new to me. The process of this, and this has been a challenging thing. On 8/30 of 2019, we had an inspector go in to do an inspection and found clutter throughout the salon. Inspector Scarpelli then went back and did an inspection and found the same thing. And this is actually what he found. And if you hold on a moment, I will share a screen. When he went back the second time,
He didn't come but one time.
There was a female inspector that came. She's no longer with us.
Yeah.
She came and found clutter and made a compliance review and said this needs to be cleaned up. Inspector Scarpelli went back July 19th, and this is what he found. These are some of the images that he found. There are more, but these are some of the images that he found. At that point, we were concerned. Inspector Scarpelli reached out to the city of Las Vegas, to code enforcement, to business licensing, to the fire department for the safety of Miss Ruby and her clients. We went back again on the day that the citation was issued, and it had not been addressed. This is not a citation we issued lightly or wanted to issue, honestly. It was done out of concern, and it was done out of the need to say, this is a serious issue and this could be a dangerous issue and it needs to be addressed. The two citations that were issued were failing to properly maintain wall ceilings, furnishings, equipment, and other fixtures. There were two of those, one for the walls and one for the flooring. These unfortunately, the images that came with the inspection did not come out, but Inspector Scarpelli did find the same thing that he found the previous time. So that's the history of this. We tried to get assistance from other agencies in addressing this out of concern for Ms. Davis and her clients. Unfortunately, those agencies were not forthcoming with any help. They did not provide us with any assistance. So we felt like there was no other way to address this, the seriousness of this, without issuing those citations.
Okay, so thanks, Maggie. But so my question, and then I can ask the other board members if they have any, but my question is, the citation has been issued, but how do we resolve it? Because I think then if we could maybe define what's the salon portion for Miss Davis and she allow us to know that, then that's the section that we probably should be concerned about inspecting, because I don't know if we should inspect the parts with the decoration, well, whatever those things that Miss Davis said that she did. So because we're gonna look like we're gonna have this problem again.
May I say something? You see where this purple suitcase, that's all in the back. You see where this white cabinet, that's where the salon part is. And instead of he didn't come up, David didn't come up at one time that I know of. And the other lady, Pam, she came out one time because I talked to her. The ceiling tile, the owner is in San Diego, and he had the guys not to put any more up till they finish the roof in the top of the building, on top of the building. On the left-hand side, like I'm sitting, that is stuff that I work with, okay? And that's how it is. And then
So essentially,
you all's establishment license, money order, when they moved all the stuff out the shop, was put in storage. I told the movers, don't move over here, but they put it in storage. So this is why I came out to the board. And since the governor had said we had to September to get things back in order, I waited to September.
Board Member Douglas, can I ask Ms. Ruby Davis something?
Yes, you can.
Do you understand the responsibility you have as an owner if there was a fire to break out?
The fire department came out here. If it was any problem, because a lot of that stuff, he took the picture up so you can look down. It was partitioned off. It's chairs back there. And the fire department came out here, also the city. And
Okay,
it's not a door in the back of this building, so they didn't give me no citation.
Okay, because to me, the pictures of what I'm seeing, it looks like you're hoarding. And I'm not trying to talk about your side business, but
let me tell you about that.
It seems like it's a lot of stuff where if a fire was to break out, everything is going up in smokes, and for the safety of you and your clients, things are not like in order. It's just like it's thrown in there. And I'm not trying to, tarnish your establishment. It's just, I'm looking at the pictures of what I've seen.
Pictures don't tell you what you need to see because of the fact, when I can find a chair for $10 versus $300 for a reason that I will be coming back to the board for. So that's what, and being a interior designer, residential and commercial, with many years of school to back me, the beauty industry is so uncertain now due to all of these people that can go and buy whatever a licensee should be buying. You got to make it some way.
And we understand that, Miss Davis, we understand that. We're just trying to make sure that this won't continue, because I don't want, none of us want to see.
Up in here now, because
Well,
I only work by myself.
I know, but we don't want to see this happen again, where the inspectors have to come out and take pictures, and then you have to come back before us. So my question was to Maggie, is how can we, maybe you submit something saying that this is my section only, and this is the part that they have to tend to. Because I don't know if you have it sectioned off, those other that should not have been a concern of ours, but because everything looks like it's all together. And if something did happen in one area to get out, because we don't know where the exit door is, we don't have those pictures. So if even in the salon, if they ran out through the back way, we don't know, because those things, they're so high. So that's what we can see. So maybe in the future, we could just have to figure out, maybe you can submit something to compliance to pretty much get it figured out with them, because I can see it happening again.
Is David yet on the board? He can come back out and see, because there's nothing in here.
So
It's
this is what I would like to suggest, President Bremo. There is another issue in that the salon license for the establishment is still expired. So that's something that we need to get in line as well.
So what now?
The salon establishment license is expired, and it will need to be renewed.
I have paid for that.
Ms. Davis, this is Leah Easter, the Chief Compliance Officer. You might remember me. You came into the office and we sat down.
Yes, I did. Right.
Yep, and so do you remember you came in with a money order and you took care of those 2 citations that are you're petitioning before the board today? And then you had mentioned your daughter was gonna help you get your Secretary of State ID active so you could renew.
That's Secretary of State have already been, I had to go down and they give me information to mail it in. It already been mailed 3 or 4 weeks ago. It was mailed when my business license was mailed. They came away from California.
Okay.
Secretary of State is in North Las Vegas. What taking them so long? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So if you have already completed that, you're gonna either wanna come back in or have your daughter help you with your salon renewal. I know you paid $20 toward that because you had that money order that had a weird amount on it, but the rest of that fee and that application needs to be updated.
Okay, as soon as I can get into the storage, because I got a money order in April for this. And I got one for Secretary of State, which I had to go replace again for them. So as soon as I can get into the board, I bring it out there.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Davis, for coming
Thank
and
you.
sharing with us, you know, your concerns. We all are listening, but we're just trying to figure out how we can, so you can move forward. The board is just, and the staff is just trying to assist you so that we can have some kind of division and organization just for the safety of you and your clients, because you don't want nobody to trip over anything. I know how that is.
Oh, yes. Okay. And I
Okay.
thank you all, and I shall be seeing you all pretty soon.
Okay, so do we need to make a motion at this time?
One-
Excuse me,
one-
Maggie.
If I may, President Bremo, we can request that a new floor plan be submitted so that we do
Yes,
have
you
separate
put in the
areas.
floor plan.
But this is one big space.
You
So
get
the-
it. This is one
separate-
big space where you can find me in it
So
and a few other things.
because it is one big space, it is,
Right.
and it is the address is licensed by us. The entire thing is the salon, where little packets of other things are being done, but it is a salon.
I would bring
It is-
you my other license also, okay?
Okay, so Ms. Davis, can you, because I think it would be great if we had some kind of separation, since you do
Okay.
have other licenses and I'm not good with all that because I don't really understand how all that works. But the board staff does. So if you could get with them and make
Okay.
sure that they have the other licenses and we can try to get something figured out. If you have to have some partition, you can, and make
Okay.
yourself your salon so you can have your salon.
Okay, thank you.
Am I right, Maggie, or no?
Well, one of my concerns is, as you've mentioned, that this does not continue in the safety, and the safety issue is really what's driving this. Perhaps if we have a date by which this will be cleared out, then we
It's
can go back.
already cleared out. It
Okay,
was
so
cleared out before I could come back up in here.
So then
Okay.
once we have the renewed salon license, we can go back in and re-inspect.
Yeah.
And help with some
Close the
separation
book
and
on
some,
this.
Right,
okay, good.
Right.
So we can work together.
right. It's
Okay.
already cleared out. I work up
Okay.
here by myself, so it's already
Yeah,
cleared
thank
out.
you, Ms. Davis. Did
Yeah,
we
and
have
I
to,
shall be
Justin, do we
seeing
have
you.
to vote on that?
Madam Chair, yes, if you could vote on the petition because it's up for discussion and possible action.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
Motion.
Yes, to uphold the citation, because the citation was already the citation. I think Ms. Ruby's wasn't the concern of the citation. It was making sure we had an understanding to move forward. Am I right, Ms. Ruby?
When I brought the money order out, I thought I was getting it for the establishment, but since it was put on the citation, I shall be bringing you the other whatever for the establishment license, okay?
But Maggie, can you tell me if was that applied, or is it all one, or is it two?
But
I believe the citations were paid.
They're already paid, Ms. Ruby.
okay, so I need to bring
License.
establishment license,
Correct.
renew them,
Ye-
right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. You got to see me pretty soon.
Okay. All right. So you got that right. You're gonna make sure that we get the floor plan situation taken care of too, right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, good luck on
Okay.
everything.
Okay. I shall talk with you later.
Okay, thank you. So we
I
need
had
to
a-
make a motion right quick though. Can I get a motion for petitioner number 15, license number S13106?
Board Member Douglas, I would like to uphold the petition for S13106.
Member Douglas, this is Justin Taruk, just for the record. When you say uphold the petition, you mean uphold the citations?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get a second, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a nice rest of your day.
Same to you all.
We're now at petitioner number 16. It's Bonnie Schultz from International Academy of Style, license number SC00011. Is Ms. Schultz with us today?
Yes. Bonnie, if you could unmute yourself so that you can speak.
You want to cut it off and go still listen?
Oh, I see
Okay.
what you're talking about.
Here, let me move over this way.
All right. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can we have you sworn in, Miss Bonnie?
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Okay. You're now before us. We're here to
Okay.
listen.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Gary and the staff for putting us on the agenda to clarify the provisional instructor qualifications and what's needed for them. I served on the board when we implemented the provisional instructor. And the reason that was done was because the schools were having trouble finding licensed instructors. And this was to allow them to have a larger staff to student ratio. And under NRSA 644-735, staff of instructors, the provisional instructors can work as an instructor. They can even open a school with only provisional instructors. So I'm asking why, where's the supervision for these instructors, the provisionals, if they can open a school with just provisionals? The requirement to enable provisionals to work as an instructor under NRSA 644.415, which is stated in the law. This is where the real world experience is required so that they can work while they're obtaining their training. Under NRSA 644A, 644.435, student instructor, it clearly states they need to be supervised by an instructor who is licensed. Under 644A.415, provisional instructor does not have any statement of that kind. Provisional instructors must have a minimum of at least 1 year of work experience for a reason. They do not need constant supervision. The initial purpose of the provisional instructor
was to have additional staff that did not have to have an instructor standing over them while they were teaching a class or doing a demonstration. That's why the experience was required. Supervision is not stated in the curriculum, only that it needs to be completed. And we agree, yes, that they do need to be evaluated, graded, tested, and assisted in accomplishing that curriculum. But we do not agree that they need to be constantly supervised while doing a demonstration or teaching a class. We're asking the board to clarify the requirements for a provisional instructor.
Okay, thank you.
This is Gary Landry. I just wanted, Executive Director, I just wanted to clarify on the supervision of the provisional instructor. That's only very sporadic. It's not constant supervision. It requires some supervision. It's not, we didn't feel that someone who's not licensed yet as an instructor can just be left to teach classes as they wish with no supervision at all. That was the only reason why we brought it up. And that's the question before the board today. Do they need any supervision, or can they just teach as an instructor? That's the question that faces the board today.
Well, even if it's minimal supervision, which is required for curriculum, of course, we understand that. But they should be allowed. Thank you, Gary. They do need to be allowed to teach a class or do a demonstration without us having to stand over them.
Okay, thank you. My question, I think maybe I'm a little confused when I read the information given in our packet, because I think what Ms. Bonnie is saying, and you correct me, Ms. Bonnie, if I'm wrong, what you're saying is you do believe that they need to have some minimal instruction supervised under the instructors, right?
Only for the curriculum purposes. Only for making sure that they complete their curriculum, that they do their teaching curriculum, their methodologies. And we do have to evaluate them occasionally, but I don't think they need to be constantly supervised.
Okay, so are you asking this question, because I'm going to go a step further. Are you asking for clarification, or you just asking the question for a particular purpose? Because when I, as being in the school industry and how I view and read the law when it comes down to PILs, there's a teacher trainee program that a student can enroll in directly right out of school. Okay, right. That's with no experience.
Right.
And then there's a PIL, which I remember during the time that was created as well, and the whole purpose of it. But a provisional licensed instructor only can have limited experience, at least it's just experience of 1 year. So if we're we're hiring, because most PILs are employees, they're kind of treated as staff, and they still should be supervised, but because most of them have very limited experience in teaching, period, whether that's theory or practical, because they're still kind of learning themselves, but they have a year experience. That's the only difference. So if you're hiring somebody, or you're supposed to be training them, you only getting to do that because they have a year's experience. Because other than that, they can all be teacher trainees or all PILs. That's the only reason why people really get into teacher trainee programs. I don't even know if any schools right now even offering it, but that doesn't have anything to do with it. But a teacher trainee is somebody getting directly out of school. A PIL is somebody that's been in the industry way. Mm-hmm. Somebody has to train them how to be an instructor. So I think that's why there's limits on how many PILs you can have per instructor, but they do need to be supervised probably almost as much as somebody just got out of school, because they still have to learn the procedures from ground up, because they've probably lost it, you know, in the field, because they've been practicing, you know, the cosmetology or whatever related industry way. So I'm confused about what the question is or the concern.
I think coming right out of school, without having that salon experience, they do need to be supervised constant. But I do not believe they need constant supervision as a provisional. We have guest speakers that come into the school to do demonstrations that are licensees. They are not necessarily supervised. We have, you know, that type of thing happening. So a provisional, if they can open a school with provisionals only.
Who can open the school? I'm confused
It's
about who can
stated
open a school with provisionals only.
NRSA 644.735, staff of instructors. It says, each school of cosmetology shall maintain a staff of at least 2 licensed instructors and 1 additional instructor for every 25 students or majority of thereof over 50. The School of Cosmetology must have at least 2 licensed instructors pursuant and teaching at any time while the school is open. Persons instructing pursuant to provisional licenses issued are considered instructors for the purpose of this section.
So what that is saying is that 2 instructors, anybody can actually own a school.
Open.
But in order to be licensed for it, it states that you have to have at all times 2 licensed instructors. Provisional, they're not licensed. They're instructors that's training up under a licensed instructor.
It says persons instructing pursuant to provisional licenses issued are considered instructors for the purpose of this section.
Can we hear from the Attorney General? Justin, can you clarify that, please?
Hold on 1 second, President Bremo. I'm just going to review that section. She said it was 644A.735, correct?
Right.
Board Member Douglas, I have a question for Madam President. Can I ask the question?
Yes.
I would like to know, I don't know if it's elaborating on what she's trying to say and what you're trying to tell her also. My question is, what if you have a instructor that knows more than someone that's teaching the instructor or that's supervising the instructor?
And sometimes you do, far as procedures, but actually being certified to teach, you have to go through the provisional instructors program. See, the provisional instructor has to take the same exam as an instructor. So if an instructor completes an instructor's training program, they have an instructor's exam to take. When a PIL completes a PIL program, they still have to take that same instructor's exam. So once you completed the program, either program, but there's 2 programs for 2 specific reasons. One, if you want to go right out of school or you want to get involved into however that program is situated at that institution and they're offering the instructors program, you can pay or do whatever they work out with you and be in that program. But if you want to own a school and you want to hire licensees that's in the field, in that specialty fields, and they have at least a year experience, they can become a PIL. They get a provisional license until they complete 500 hours. See, they still have to complete 500 hours. Somebody has to be able to assist them in that. And there's certain things that they have, the benchmarks that's included in the law that they have to reach.
Okay, and I asked that question because I've seen a lot of situations where the person that's, just say they're getting their license or they bring someone in, they know more than the instructor. And then the instructor usually let them try to take over the class when they should be given the class.
Absolutely. And then that's like another like administrative issue.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like administrative issue, but the not all PILs are that equipped.
Okay.
A lot of them are just been in the industry. They want to change their careers, or they, for whatever reason, they want to go into the school and get an educator's license. They need to be somewhat trained on a level, not left. They should be able to teach class after so many hours. If the school wants to, if Miss Bonnie wants to say at her school, they have to have X amount of, per the law, that they have to be able to teach in classroom preparation. And then the teacher sits in the back, or the teacher's close, or they watching them on Zoom or camera. They can be allowed to teach because they should start teaching.
Okay.
So you're absolutely right, but somebody have to oversee that, and it should be done administratively. But I think I'm just confused about the part that a PIL can open up a school. I think that's kind of like where we need to show more concern, because Miss Bonnie understands that they need supervision as well.
Okay.
Not necessarily. That isn't what I'm saying. I don't think they need that supervision the same as a student instructor does. I think provisional should be able to work somewhat on their own without supervision.
I agree.
Whereas-
There's to a certain extent, I agree.
Okay.
Remo, this is Justin.
Otherwise, why is there two licenses? Why is there a student and a provisional?
Okay, we can explain that too. I think Justin has something for us too, okay?
Thank you.
Madam President, this is Justin, just for the record. So 735, my interpretation of that last sentence where it says persons instructing into the provisional licenses issued are considered instructors for the purpose of this section. That section actually only talks about how many instructors a particular school needs. It doesn't say anything about if these provisional instructors need supervision or anything. One recommendation that I could probably give you is maybe to table this for the law sub review committee, so that way you guys can kind of hash out and make recommendations for it, just because it might become something that is an issue that the board faces. And I appreciate that the petitioner brings it up in a petition, so that way you guys are aware of it. But if you guys feel like there needs to be more clarification as far as how much supervision is needed for a PIL, that might be something that the law review subcommittee could delve into more in depth.
I understand. Thank you, Justin, for clarification. But I think at this point, we probably do need to, something that could be brought up in the law review committee, Ms. Bonnie, and you can participate, because it's open. And I think it's at this point that the schools should make some of those decisions on, how much supervision, but they have to have a level of supervision. So I think if we can agree to kind of table it to see, because I think it's nothing in the law that states that they can open a school. You have to open a school with 2 licensed instructors.
Well, that's going to have to be changed through the legislature in 735. Because it clearly states they can open a school.
You can't open a school with only provisional instructors to start, is what that clause states. But they have to become instructors overall. You have to come up with instructors as you go forward. You can't school with just provisional instructors forever, but to start, you can have only provisional instructors according to the law book.
Yeah, because who's going to train? So that's why. So who's going to train the provisional instructors, the trained instructors?
Perfect. That's our question. That's what we're asking.
Oh, you guys are smart ladies. Thank you.
No, Gwen, what we're asking actually is how much supervision does the board see fit for a provisional instructor?
Yes.
In opposed to a student instructor.
Exactly. I get it. Well, there's nothing at this time in the law. Am I right, Justin? We have to sit down at the law review committee and discuss that?
Yeah, I don't see anything about how much provisional instructors, how much supervision is required over provisional instructors.
There isn't any.
So that might be something that the law review subcommittee might want to discuss as far as in a regulation or a statutory change. The one thing that I would recommend for this action on this petition would just be to have a motion to recommend this issue to the law review subcommittee, if that's what the board would like to have.
Yes. Thank you, Justin.
You're welcome.
I think that's a good one, right, Ms. Bonnie, for you to participate in as well.
Absolutely, be happy to.
Okay. Yep, I would love to see the board go that direction. Can I get a motion, please?
But I'm asking the board if you would agree that they only need minimal supervision at this point, only to complete their curriculum.
Well, we have no laws for it, Ms. Bonnie, so, you know, you
We
want
can
to
do
just
it.
bring, you want to just have the best educators possible, right?
It's administrative,
So it's administrative.
school administrative.
So the
decision.
school can administer that.
At this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, but we would like to have you a part of it so that we can have some minimal, because
Absolutely.
we're gonna make a motion for that.
Okay.
Can I get a motion, please, to move forward? Any board member, can I get a board member to make a motion, please?
Board Member Douglas, I would like to make a motion to move forward with this petition.
Board Member Douglas, this is Justin, just to clarify that motion. So is your motion to recommend that the issue of provisional instructor licensees be a topic of discussion at the law review subcommittee?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I get a second?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Miss Bonnie. We need to see
Thank
your
you, board members.
we need to see your face at the law review committee meeting when it's on.
You got it.
Okay, thank you. We are now to agenda item number G. And that is talking about student social media posting guidance.
And that would be me, Maggie.
That would
Adams,
be you, Maggie.
Specialist. In the last board meeting, we talked about social media guidelines. And we came up with some ideas that we wanted to come by or bring to the board. Hold on one moment. And you did see it, it is in your board pack. I'm not sure if you can see it here. Am I sharing successfully?
Yeah.
So we have the do's and don'ts of social media. These are some of, this is culled from some of the things that we see that cause us to write citations, if I can put it that bluntly. So we are thinking of sending this out to all of the schools, maybe even a poster, so that they can have it. I also requested information from each of the schools about what they teach in social media, if they teach it at all. So we were in alignment with what they were saying, and we understood what they were saying to their students, because often we get the response that, well, my school told me to do it. So these are the do's and don'ts. We would recommend, these are recommendations only, but they are the things that would keep students out of trouble if they were to post on social media. On their homepage, we suggest that they include their school information. They list the clinic days and times, the schedule for them, that they post that they're a student in training. So it's clear that they're not setting up a business, that they keep their page public. The only reason to have a private page is to monitor who sees what you're posting, because you're not really sure, or you are sure what you're posting is not going to get you in trouble. That they list only the services that are currently offered in the student clinic. And I've seen this a lot, where the student clinic will only offer false eyelashes. They don't offer lash extensions, but the response we get from somebody who has been cited is, well, I did this at clinic. You could not have if they don't even teach lash extensions and you're telling me that they issue them in clinic. That they include the Cosmo board, our board issued student number. And this is important, and it would be important training for the students, because ideally as licensees, we should have our license numbers posted on any social media, any advertising, because that will help distinguish who's licensed and who's not. So if somebody doesn't have a license number, then hopefully a member of the public would say, well, what is it? Because I've seen it in other places. That they have a link to the school page so that they can get information on when the clinic is, what they offer, that anyone looking for those services offered from that person could be found, and the public can find out more. For their individual posts, that they tag the school so that the school can see what they're doing and that we see that there's a communication going on. That they post, if it's an individual facial that they're taking a picture of them doing a facial or they're doing eyelash extensions, that they post the clinic date the services were performed. So when they were in that clinic, because if they weren't in that clinic that day, we'll be able to verify that. And if they were, then we can move on to the next. And importantly, that they say all appointments through the school clinic only. This way they get away from the do not direct message me to book, DM me to book. They're really showing that they're not taking clients, the school is. And instead of saying lash artist, they're saying student work, for example, and as a hashtag. So I wanted to focus on what they should be doing as opposed to what they haven't been doing and what causes them to get into trouble. We see, just going back, we see things like the personal booking page, that they're, again, listing services not offered, that they're telling people that they're certified, which means, as we know, means nothing. It's licensed, that's important. To not include personal contact info. So, any questions on this?
I don't know, that's a lot. I think we should have some restrictions, but I'm not quite sure those particular restrictions.
Again, these are just recommendations. We're
right,
not
I know. I know, Maggie, I know, I understand. I'm kind of looking at that, you know, because there's some good students out there. And I even from one of our cases today, when I went back on the documentation this weekend and looked at it, I mean, she make about $8 grand a month. It was like one of them made about $7, $8 grand a month. I can't imagine it being a student. They'll never get to do anything else. So it's just, I think it's a good start. I think we just need to probably tailor it down some more and maybe bring it back to the next meeting. But you know, then we have to issue them, issue student IDs, which barbering, they get their own student license, they do. I think it's just, you know, I'm just still kind of, it's a lot of information. I know we have to find a way to be able to stop them, but the bottom line is they're going to build these clients and they're going to take them home. This is what they're going to do if they don't have the right intent. So no matter what we try to put in place, we probably have to put something maybe have the schools to put something in their policies that they can be asked to taking this down on their social media if they're advertising that they're doing services for pay or things like that. Excuse me. I just don't want to see our students, because I know we have some good students across this valley. We get problems now with them saying, I know I do. That's all I get to do. But these are requests, but still, I'm not, and especially when they get close to state board time. There should be some restrictions. But what you say, Maggie, what's your thoughts?
My thoughts are, this is basically if you want to stay out of trouble, if you want to stay within the bounds, because these are the things that I look for. And when ultimately, when I'm doing an investigation, if somebody's saying direct message me to book or has a booking page or any of those things, that's going to be a red flag because it's the clinic that should be booking you as a student. And the student ID number, that's the number that we give them. We give them an ST number instead of a C or, and that would be the number I would want to see. So then we could look it up. And this way, when I get a complaint, I can see that, okay, this student is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing and what we told them to do. Kind of like these are the things that will keep you safe. These are the best practices. You can follow them, you cannot, but they're best practices. And let me know, send me any, let me know individually what you would like to see on there differently.
Yeah, I think if we just, I know it's for possible action, and there's a few things that I think, I think works, and I think it's great. I really do. Don't get me wrong, because we're trying to figure out these students and they're charging people, and some of them not students, and it's kind of hard for us too. And I'm sure it keeps you guys like super busy, I'm sure it does. But to the point where I don't want to see them get super busy in school, and they still follow them home. They still do. I mean, been doing this for like 28, almost 19, 20 years. You kind of know the patterns of like kind of what happens. But I think they should be able, the school should be able to have some kind of control, and like, you get, this is almost like teaching them the law. So if we can do something like that and submit out to, to all of us to follow, because we still have to train them on how to do social media. You can't do this, and you're getting paid to do this here. This is a fine. You're gonna get a fine because you're charging money. You don't have a license. So it's a certain level of education, but it's still kind of, students are students, and I think it still should be a certain level of student.
Absolutely. And I think that this is a great tool. This will be a great tool for schools to be able to say, so that we're all on the same page, that I'm on the same page with the schools. And when the student says to me, oh, I didn't know, I can at least know in my head, yeah, you did know because the school told you that. And I know the school told you that because we provided them the information.
Right.
So kind of close that loop.
Yeah, but I want to shoot you an email about a couple things on there. But if we can like move forward with it with a few changes, I think it's good. And we can just present it back if you wanted to show what the changes were. At the, if we could do that, even at the law review committee, there's still an open meeting, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot on that. So that
Because I would just like to make a few recommendations. I looked at it over the weekend and I had some thoughts.
Okay, I want to hear them.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from any other board members?
This is Tia Luttrell. I have a comment. I love every bit of the approach here in giving us a standard, a starting place, a conversation basis. I mean, this is the very thing that sometimes keeps us from being consistent across the board, from one case to another. And that is something that proactively we've been talking about as cases come up that sound similar with different outcomes, sometimes even in the same session. And so these advances and time and effort that's being put into standards and some basis of what we base things on is phenomenal. And I'm so grateful for it. So I do look forward to seeing it come up. Even law review committee sounds like a perfect place for it, or any of those committees, because this is what we need to move forward in a standardized way that is fair to everyone. Yeah. And I think that is the right direction for sure.
Thank you, Board Member McCormick. And actually going back to what President Bramo said, tying those two together is, I'm sure that once we put this out, there'll be something that the students think of, or people who want to do unlicensed activity will think of that's outside these guidelines. So I think this will constantly need to get updated. But like you said, Board Member McCormick, it's a start.
Yeah, it's a good start. Thank you. I like that.
President Bramo, this is Justin. Just wanted to clarify one thing for the board. So the board can talk about this, or the law review subcommittee can talk about the handout and propose changes of it at the time of the law review subcommittee, but because it's a subcommittee, all they could do is make recommendations to the board, at a future meeting. And so that's when the board would adopt or approve the recommendation from the law review subcommittee. Just wanted to make that nuance clarified.
Oh, I thought maybe we could present it because it's enough board members there. They couldn't vote on it. We couldn't put it on the law review committee agenda.
Not on the law review subcommittee agenda because it's a subcommittee agenda. So it would have to be recommended to the board.
Oh, okay. Well, I still wanted to share my thoughts, and
That's fine, President
are we
Braymo.
gonna do it and get it passed all at one time?
We can see this in January in the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Maggie. All right, so can I get a motion so that we can move forward with a few modifications for January meeting?
This is Board Member McCormick. I would like to make a motion to push this forward, to make a few modifications and review it again in January.
Can I get a second, please?
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. So we're at agenda item number H. The board is to the 2020.
Sorry, this is Justin. I think member Harris said aye, but I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, did anybody vote in opposition to that vote, just so we can do it for the meeting minutes?
Douglas did.
Okay. So to confirm, board member Douglas, you voted in opposition then to the vote?
That's a negative.
I'm sorry, what's a negative? That you didn't vote negatively? Sorry.
Voted aye.
Oh, she voted aye. Okay, so there
You
was-
voted aye, Douglas?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you, okay.
That's Ms. Harris.
Oh, Ms. Harris. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Need to know for the minutes.
Yes, and I.
Okay, so just to confirm, every board member who voted.
Everybody said aye.
Okay, awesome.
Okay,
Thank
we
you.
heard a nay on our side.
We heard a nay, you guys. I know I heard what I heard.
Yeah.
Me too. I heard it too.
Okay.
It sounded like Anita to me. I'm just joking.
Okay, so it's a go. Motion carries. So now we're at agenda item number H. The board is to select the 2020 quarterly meeting dates for possible action. Monday, January 11th, 2021, Monday, April 12th, 2021, Monday, July 12th, 2021, and October 11th, 2021. Can I get a motion, please?
President Braymo, I just want to make clear with everyone that these meeting dates are the second Monday of January, April, July, and October. So everyone, it's the same meeting schedule we've kept from this past year into next year. Just want to make sure everyone's clear about that. And if they have any concerns about that, voice it now, because these are going to be the 4 meeting dates if the board so chooses to do so. That's
I
right.
have a question.
Okay, go right ahead.
I have a question. Do we need to approve them all being by Zoom right now?
You don't have to have them by Zoom now, but it will be scheduled as using Zoom until the governor lifts his restrictions. As long as there's restrictions on right now, we have to hold them by Zoom. When he lifts his restrictions and allows meetings to occur freely, then we'll do the in-place meetings at the Grant Sawyer and the Carson City Legislative Building.
So we're just approving the dates so that it's the second Monday in those months. And however it is at that particular time, via Zoom or in person, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is Board Member McCormick. I'd like to make a motion to approve the dates for 2021's meetings.
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So agenda item number I is discussion of possible board approval for allowing Board President Bramo to attend ACT's meeting representing the Nevada State Board of Cosmetology for action and discussion. And can I open up and discuss? Do I have to be sworn in?
No, President Bramo, you can go ahead and start discussing.
Okay, so what I wanted to ask the board today is if I could represent as a school owner and a board member. I was approached by the American Association of Cosmetology Schools to participate on a panel. And the panel would consist of board members across, the country, talking about how important it is for your schools to work with their state boards. And the conference will be October 29th. And I think our session starts at 3:45 to 4:45. So I need, pardon, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, Board Member Douglas, I feel that you should stay here with us. No, I'm just joking.
It's going to be on Zoom anyway.
This is Board Member McCormick. I think this should be denied.
What? Okay, don't be like that.
I want to know more about this. How come
I want them to understand how fun it is being a part of your schools. Should be a part of the board. I've always been a part of our boards. I always attended when I could board meetings before I was even a board member.
So nobody's going with you. You're just going to send us pictures. Is that like what this is about? Like, hey, I just wanted to make sure it was cool that I just send you guys photos.
I'm happy you brought that up, board member, because I would love to attend. Actually, I've attended these in the past, and I think it is excellent for all that are in the industry to go to the AACS meetings. They are absolutely wonderful and informative.
Thank you. But no, it's gonna be done Zoom. So that's even better. Just talking about building relationships with your state board, right?
All right, then could we just call for a motion then?
Thank you.
Board members, before you call for that motion, just Justin sorry, I have to interject again. One thing that I just would like to I guess recommend, if the board is going to approve Chair Bramo to attend on behalf of the board, if there are any questions on the panel that ask for an opinion, if they're not the opinion of the board, I would start that answer with the caveat, this is my personal opinion, unless the board authorizes you to give that specific opinion to you on behalf of the board. Otherwise, if it's an opinion question, I would recommend and advise that you start the answer with, it's my personal opinion. And then also, if there's some sort of any questions on the panel that talk about any legal ramifications, I would also caution to not answer those because you might, because there's a chance that you might give legal advice. But if you phrase it maybe as, this is my personal opinion, I think that you should be safe if any of those questions come up.
Yeah, I don't expect they're gonna give me the question. So I don't think it has anything to do. It was just mainly, I thought that because I think the way that I sent the email to Director Landry, they want me to participate because I'm involved in school and they want schools to be better involved with their boards.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't think it have a whole lot to do with, because I've always been involved and I think the schools should be involved and school directors should attend board meetings and be involved. But as far as laws and things like that, I know how to stay away from that kind of stuff. And if it is my personal opinion, I will definitely say my personal opinion, not the board's opinion, because I don't know what the board opinion is from day to day.
Right, okay. I just wanted to Bramo, just didn't want to miss that opportunity to clarify that, so I appreciate
No, you did good. That was fine. No, it's mainly they're asking me because I'm a school owner and I sit on the board. They didn't even have a clue what I did on the board. They just knew I was a board member and I'm a part of the organization. We're a member school.
Okay.
Yeah, so they asked me when I sit on the panel. So I'm gonna be talking mainly school stuff and how they should network together, basically.
Okay.
All right, but thank you for clarification, though, Justin.
Well, so are we saying though that we want President Bramo's questions to be vetted prior, like to her speaking on these topics?
Member McCormick, you could if that's what you want, but it's just
I
based.
want to know what your questions are.
None of your business. It's only gonna be one.
I want to know. Okay, so
I could share, but I can send the question to I send the question to Gary when they give me the question, and then
I like
if he
that.
wants,
I like that.
he wants you guys to know what my question is. No big deal. You should
No,
be
I
on the
don't know.
conference with
I
me.
don't need to know. I don't want to know about your questions, but I do think it would be good if we could have them submitted to Gary. I think that would be really good.
Yeah, they're gonna submit. It's just one question.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion to what is the formal title of this? What is it that we are approving specifically? The name of this this conference?
It's American Association of Cosmetology Schools.
Okay, I'm trying to pull this up. It's I got too many screens open. I would like to make a motion that we approve our president's appearance and attendance and participation in the conference mentioned. After approval of her question to our executive director.
This is Kai Stanton. I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Agenda item number J, Executive Director's Review. The board will review Executive Director Landry's performance over the past year and evaluate him for a salary increase.
President Bramo, this is Gary Landry. I just wanted to let you know, and the rest of the board know, that even though this is a salary increase, it will not go into effect until after the state legislature approves a salary increase for the governor. Right now, my salary is capped at 95% of the governor's pay, as are all the other executive directors in the state board, running state boards. So this is only a reflection of you and the board members on my performance as a board executive director. So just to let you know, there'll be no salary increase. Don't look for a salary increase until after the next legislative session in 2021. So this is just to say, am I doing it in what you're supposed to evaluate? Am I doing a standard job? That's what it takes to get one pay increase, is to do a standard job at your job. And I sent a letter outlining what we've done in testing, licensing, inspections, and financials, and what I've done as a team leader for the team that we have here. So that's what the approval is, and that's what the increase is for. But it will not be an increase in my pay until the state legislature approves a increase for the governor's pay. Just want to mention that.
Okay. Do we have any questions from or comments from any of the board members?
This is Kai Stanton. I think right now we should probably table this and go over some information with the executive director, from board to executive director. We haven't had a meeting with the board and the executive director one-on-one, and there is a lot of things that need to be clarified. I don't believe it needs to be done in a open meeting setting, because a lot of this information is sensitive. And regarding the open meeting laws and the closed meeting laws, those are two different regulations, and we have to be very careful about the conversation finances as well as other performances that are communicated. I am looking to, at this time, due to the middle of coronavirus and other entities that fall into this performance, I would love for the board to have a conversation with the executive director in a closed meeting regarding further details.
Member Stanton, this is Justin Taruk, for the record.
Yes.
Any discussion as far as the competence of any executive directors has to be in an open meeting, so you can't have a closed session as far as that goes. If there's anything that's confidential, I'm not sure exactly what confidential information you're considering discussing with that. You could probably have a one-on-one with Gary and see what that is, or kind of the topics of what those confidentiality things are. And he could probably toss that up to either me or President Bramo, and we can decide whether or not we need to put that in the open meeting. But anything that talks about Mr. Landry's competence or character or how he's doing in his job performance has to be in an open meeting.
I'll be more than happy to do an open meeting with that, but we have to be very careful about what is being discussed, because when we have open meeting laws, according to the open meeting, according to the open meeting law, it is very important that we're very careful about what is discussed, because things can be taken or misconstrued in any kind of way. And that's the point of having a closed meeting, is so that things are not misconstrued. I have had a conversation, and I think the board needs to be privy to the conversation, and that's why I'm engaging and having the board present. We cannot have any side conversations or any other communication without them being present and that being approved. Because those communications have already been done and emails have already gone out and conversations have already been had. It is the utmost important for further information regarding clarification that the board is privy to, and that it is an open conversation. Now, because of the open meeting law, we want to be careful once again about what is being discussed, not just with finances or any other performances. I think clarification with all board members being all on the same page is very important, because there has been a lot of miscommunication, and things need to be clarified per person that it's coming from. And so if the board is looking at a review and there is a communication that needs to happen, sometimes it's best not to have it individually. For better clarification, maybe other board members can support.
Okay. So with that being said,
I'm sorry, Madam President. The point of this conversation is so that the board can have a conversation together. I think that individually things get misconstrued and misunderstood even in board meetings. And I like to have clarification and transparency. I cannot have that one-on-one, which has been done, as well as emails has been given accordingly. And so I think that at this point, the board needs to have a conversation with the executive director regarding the report, as well as other performances accordingly. So I'm not looking to have another one-on-one at this time without board being present, and I think it's very important that is had. I will not go any further and discuss any other actions, because that will be going against the law, especially when board has not discussed or is not inclusive on any conversations prior to. And we cannot discuss emails. We cannot discuss anything of that nature in any full details of any kind without it being approved by the board as well.
okay. Justin, question for you.
Sure, go ahead, President Bramo.
So that we can move forward with the evaluation for executive director, so that I could comfortably move forward with calling for the vote. Is there any way that we could I'm trying to see how would we call a special meeting regarding what if it's having to do with this performance review? Is there any, so that we don't have to wait to get anything approved, it sounds like? Is there any way that I could call for a special meeting and we post it, and I guess at that time, whatever whoever participate, but it's not on an agenda that's a full agenda where we have to, you know, things have to be said. I don't know, understand. I mean, not quite knowing what needs to be said or how it needs to be said. I don't think that it needs to be said in minimal amount of people. I'm not quite sure how do you do it because you said it can't be a closed private meeting. So how do we resolve? It sounds like there's issue that with the performance and evaluation that needs to be that's requesting to be brought before the board.
So President Bramo, Member Stanton, you guys can call for a special meeting with just Director Landry's performance review as the sole item. I believe that you guys decided to do that earlier today with another agenda item. And we could just call this specific one for Director Landry. It would still have to be the open meeting, so you'd have to give the 3 days working notice and the public is welcome to attend. But you could definitely have it as the only agenda item.
Okay.
As closed meetings go, so NRS 241.015B lists out the 3 specific things that allow for a closed meeting, and the discussion of the character of an executive director or the leader of an agency is not listed as one thing that can be made in a discussion in a closed meeting. So any discussions would have to be made during open session at an open meeting.
So what are the things that you can go into a closed meeting for?
It would be like the training. If you had any trainings with me as the attorney for the board, that's an excuse from the open meeting, and you can have a closed meeting for that. If there's any potential or current litigation that the board is facing and you needed to have an attorney-client meeting with me just to say, hey, heads up, this is what's going on with the litigation, just for me to give you guys a rundown of what's going on or what can be done. That can be done because that's essentially attorney-client privilege. So that's why you can have the closed meeting. And the third one is, hold on one second, I'm blanking off the top of my head. Social functions, social functions. So if you guys go to a social function and don't talk about board stuff, you don't need to make the announcement in a public meeting, hey, 4 of us are going to whatever, because you guys are there to have fun and not talk about board agenda items. So those are the items that you guys can have closed meetings on.
Okay, so I need to call for a closed meeting.
President Bramo, you can't call for a closed meeting right now because it's not on the agenda. What we can do, I'll give you a call after the meeting just to discuss with you what kind of issues, I guess. So that way it'll be me and you, and it'll be an attorney-client privilege as far as the board goes. And then we can set something for a special meeting with Director Landry if that's
okay.
What board wants to do.
With
Okay,
board present, is that what I'm hearing?
I'm not sure.
President, I don't understand. I just.
Oh, sorry, Member Stanton. I'm not sure what President Bramo would like to have in the closed meeting, so I'm not sure. I can't really opine as far as that goes currently, because I honestly don't know what she would like to do. So we can make that discussion. If she wants to have a discussion with the attorney of the board, she can. Same with you, Member Stanton. If there's an issue that you want to bring up that you need a legal opinion on, you're welcome to give me a call as the board's attorney to discuss it. But as far as right now goes, I would strongly advise not calling a closed session right now because that's not on the agenda.
Well, not a closed session, an emergency meeting.
Okay.
Not a close, because you said it had to be. You said we couldn't go into closed session. That's why because I'm confused now. That's why I wanted to clarify. You said we couldn't go into closed session, and I understand that. I think what I'm hearing is that we need to, what I'm hearing from board member Stanton is that she's requesting a meeting for the board members to be there as well. And it's due to, sounds like before we move forward with the Director Landry's program review or performance. Okay, maybe I'm confused.
No, that's exactly the goal, is for the board to have a communication with the executive director without emails here, side conversation here, one-on-one. The board needs to have a unit conversation with executive director. And if there are a full breakdown for the agenda purposes, I'll be more than happy to send those off in email form, or we can state them right now for motion purposes. So I guess what I'm asking, Attorney General, because you are there to support the board and ensure that we can accomplish our goals, how do we accomplish that, and what is the process, and what motion needs to be called for that to happen?
If you guys want to call for a special meeting for this specific item, there doesn't need to be a motion specifically to call for a special meeting. It would just be something that you would direct staff or anybody, staff, to say, hey, we need to have a special meeting to discuss Director Landry's performance review. Again, that would have to be in the open meeting. Anything where there's a quorum discussing any public items that are under the jurisdiction of the board has to be in a public meeting. And so we would need the 3 days notice of that. So it would just be like any other board meeting. At that time, then you can discuss any topics related to Director Landry's performance at that time.
So there's no way that we can have, I just wanted to be clear. There's no way that we could have a meeting with the Director Landry and the board members only.
No, not unless it's in a public meeting. It can't be private behind closed doors.
Okay, we can do that. That's not a problem. I just wanted to clarify the information that can be given in those meetings to ensure that we are compliant and that we are not out of the law and the open meeting law. Because according to what I hear, certain information, including certain reports that have been given X, Y, and Z by law cannot be discussed in an open meeting. So because I have not utilized that by discussing emails in public, I just want to make sure that's okay to do before we move forward with a special meeting motion.
Member Stanton, I'm not sure exactly what the substance of those emails is, so I don't know if
right
or not. We can have a one-on-one discussion, me and you, just to see what the substance is, and we can determine what, if any, is confidential, and then you can bring that up if you feel like at the special meeting, if that's your prerogative.
Okay, so right now our step is to call a special meeting and then move forward. I was under the impression the last 2 meetings ago that we needed to either discuss with the president or Landry directly, and that we are charged accordingly each time we contacted the attorney, which needed to be an approval. Am I correct?
So the guides from the cosmetology board say that the president and the director should be the ones contacting the attorney general's office for opinions. But honestly, if there's a legal opinion that you need, if you have a question as far as a legal opinion, I'm the tag you're it, I'm the legal advisor for the board, so no one else can provide that other than the attorney for the board. So if there is a legal question, feel free to reach out to me. But yes, you are correct that every time I do any board business, there is a fee for that, an hourly billable rate. The reason why I believe that you guys have that statement where it says go to the president or the executive director first to talk to the attorney general is because if it's something that's administrative, that's something that the executive staff or Director Landry can deal with. But if it's something that's purely or genuinely legal, in essence, obviously Director Landry is not the attorney for the board. I am, and so I'm the only one who would be able to provide that legal information to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to make a motion for a special meeting, Madam President.
Okay, so, let me just clarify this before we do a second, okay? So what we're doing, Justin, is making a motion for a special meeting. And so when we make the motion for this special meeting, do we make a motion to set a date? Is there an agenda and all the other, because I'm just trying to figure out how does this go on?
Madam President, it's technically not necessary to have a motion to have a special meeting on this. If the board wants to hold a special meeting, it can. It'll just pick a date that's fine with everybody, and the staff issue out the notice in the agenda in accordance with the open meeting law, again, with the 3 working days prior to that. There's one other caveat, which is the 21 working days or 5 days that we have to give Director Landry personal service of, which he can waive. But other than that, it's just like any other board meeting where you guys say, hey, let's have a board meeting, but this is only, we'll term it special meeting with this agenda item only on that agenda.
That's why I think it should be an emergency meeting so we don't have to wait. Then that way we don't have to wait, because what it sounds like is it's not, we're gonna need a vote in order to move forward with Executive Landry's performance review. So now at this point, if a meeting is called, then there's no performance review item agenda today. That it has to be moved to a special meeting. So will we take it all the way out, or would we just call the special meeting requirements? How many days is that?
So an emergency under the open meeting law says it's an unforeseen circumstance which requires immediate action. That's usually an act of God or like an earthquake or something like that. So I wouldn't advise you to call an emergency meeting on that, because it's not an unforeseen circumstance. Director Landry is actually here, so I mean, he can waive his notice requirements. It would just be the 3 days working notice as usual for a public meeting. So if you really wanted to hold it, you could probably hold it next week.
I was just thinking, and that way we can go ahead and move forward. I mean, it just things like I don't know how to move forward when you have a board member saying that she needs other board members to hear. I'm confused at this point of how we move forward unless we have the meeting.
Yeah, so Member Stanton, if she has any information that she wants to share with the board, if it's gonna involve a quorum of you guys, then it has to be in an open meeting, because then we'd violate the open meeting law. Because
okay.
So what I'm understanding is that unless we directly asked Director Landry to waive the 21-day notice that he's entitled to, then we must hold the meeting 21 days. And I'm assuming that's business days after today. Is that correct?
It's working days, Member Baltazar, but there's also the provision that says it's either 21 working days if you mail it to him, or 5 working days if you provide him personal service of the notice. But again, those are waivable by Director Landry. It's the only thing that's not waivable is the 3 working days notice to the public of that open meeting.
I think we just need to do the evaluation and get it over with. I don't think we need to find a way. I mean, so that we can move forward. We can't move forward without when there's asking to be a meeting, whatever that needs to be worked, whatever the evaluation we need to go over, that needs to be already gone over. And why would we put something out there that's going to be out there for a period of time? So I think it should be whatever the evaluation issue is. He's up for a reevaluation. Director Landry is asking for his increase to go into effect at a particular time. So, I mean, if it's on the agenda, I think it's something that we need to vote on, and we need to be able to vote on it with an understanding that, you know, there's board member concern over the evaluation, and want to be able to discuss it, you know, in a manner where it's not, sounds like it's not a derogatory manner, but it needs to be discussed so that we can get this approved and move forward.
Sure, and the board is welcome to talk about it and have the discussion today as far as his evaluation, but off the top of my head, if Member Stanton has any issues with emails and confidentiality, I don't know those with the substance again, so I can't really advise what those are. But if she wanted to have that discussion with a general type of evaluation for Director Landry today, you guys are welcome to. Again, as Director.
Well, I don't know what they are, so I don't think anybody knows what they are. So
Yeah.
that's probably why she wants the board to be there, because I don't know what they are, so I don't want to open up something, a discussion and like that. I just think it's too late in the day for that.
Right. And so if that's the case, then the board, I would recommend to have that special meeting. I don't think Director Landry is opposed to having.
Yeah, I think we should just have the special meeting, and then that way we don't have to, we don't have to go back and forth. It's already 2 o'clock, and I just think we should have it because it's on the agenda so that we can move forward. And I think it should be moving forward in a positive direction, but it seems like there's something that needs to be had.
Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
And one thing too, board members, I know that Director Landry was saying, so he informed you guys that there's a 95% cap. That is actually pursuant to NRS 281.123 for your information.
Sorry,
NRS 2, what was it again? I apologize, Justin. NRS
281.123. The one thing that I would caution is I don't know. I guess nobody knows at this point, right? If the governor's going to get an extension or an increase on his salary. So I don't know if it might be premature to accept an increase if that's what the board wants to do for Director Landry until such time. So that's
I mean, we might as well put it in place if he's asking for his review and it's time for his review. If a person gets a review and it's time for them to get an increase with their review, if that's the way it goes, even if it's time, it's already in place.
Okay.
I mean, but you don't want to put out a person's review. If it's Director's Landry review, let's do the review, because so that when the time comes, if the governor says that it's open up and we don't have to go back and he has to get on the agenda and do all that again, and then we're still going to be hashing the same thing. It's still going to stay. It's going to be next year. It's still going to be the same thing. Let's do the review, get it approved, whatever that may look like, so we can just move forward. That part is done, because I know if it was my review, I want to go ahead and know what's due to my review.
So just so I understand, and I'm sorry, so we're not waiting from my understanding, the request is not to wait until that potential increase for the governor is voted on. But the question we should be asking is directly to Gary. Gary, do you feel comfortable with waiving the amount of time that you're entitled for notice, or would you prefer that that full time frame, the 21 days or the 5 days or whatever it be?
No, I'm fine waiving the right to hear sooner than that. It doesn't matter to me. I'll waive it to 1 day, waive it to 0 days. The only restriction is the 3 days that you have to do it posted as a public meeting. That's an open meeting law violation if you held a meeting less than 3 days after you posted it.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like Gary is willing to move along with us in this direction. So can we request that board staff sum up the meeting as quickly as possible so that way we don't have Gary waiting either?
It doesn't matter to me. I just want to make sure if you posted this week, we'd have to have the meeting on Friday. I guess if we posted it tomorrow, we'd have the meeting on Friday, because as of Saturday, I'm going to Sedona on vacation. So just want to let the board know that the following week, I'm going to be in Sedona.
Oh, it's so nice there.
Very nice.
Well,
okay, well, so when we post it when you come from vacation?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, let's just post it from when you come from vacation and give everybody that'll clear this whole week out period. And then that way we can post it the following like Thursday of next week, and then we can have the meeting that Monday or Tuesday or whatever. Yeah, I think
That works well for me.
Oh, sorry, Member Balthazar. This is Justin, just for the record. So I think that also gives me an opportunity to reach out with Member Stanton just to see if there's anything confidential, and we can talk about it before that public notice comes out.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we don't need a motion for that. We just know that I guess a week and a half from today, we'll be posting for a emergency meeting.
President Bramo, I wouldn't call it an emergency again, right? Let's refrain from calling it an emergency because it's not an unforeseen circumstance. It's just a special meeting.
Oh, it's called special. Okay, I didn't know all the terminology because first it was closed, then it was emergency, and I didn't know it was special.
Yeah, no worries. Emergency is just a term of art that's listed in 241 that I don't want the public to think that it's an emergency.
That's why I was suggesting closed. I don't know how to say it.
Okay.
So I appreciate you telling me.
Okay, yeah, I'm here to help you guys out. So if there's any questions as far as that goes.
Okay, we call it special meeting. Okay, I like special because that's calling it. That sounds like it should be special. Okay.
And then just for purposes of today's agenda, because it is listed as agenda item J, I would just table it until that special meeting. If you want to just say we're going to table it to the special meeting, then it's on the record and it's official.
Okay, so can I call for a motion, please?
Oh, you don't have to call for one, President Bramo. You just have to say we're going to table agenda item J for the future special meeting.
Okay, we're gonna table agenda item J until we have our special meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, agenda item K, comments from the general public. The board has the board will entertain any comments or from the general public for an item that is published on the agenda or not on the agenda, and the comments are limited to 3 minutes. Do we have any comments from any general public member? No comments from any member from the general public? Okay, thank you. Agenda item L, is any comments from any board members for discussion only? Board members, you have any comment, any concern for discussion only?
This is Kai Stanton. I would like to let everyone know we appreciate all their diligence and their information that they're giving to us, the board member, ensuring things. I am looking forward to seeing the positive impact and the wonderful information that has been brought up for the LCB, as well as the information posting regarding good distinction between student as well as licensee and the proper process. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other comment from any of the board members? No other comment? Agenda item M, can I get a motion to adjourn this meeting?
This is Board Member Kai Stanton. I would like to adjourn this meeting to end of close day of October 12th, 2020 at 12:10.
Can I get a second, please?
Board Member Harris, I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Board
good day.
members and board staff, enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye.